There is now an endorsed joint reference framework for that is addressing government and non-governmental stakeholders on what citizen data is and how it can be used. And let me also say that as an NGO representative who has worked for many years now to get more recognition of this citizen data topic, this is a major success and a big leap forward for all the many of us, not only for NGOs who have relentlessly worked towards getting this level of recognition, but still the journey is promising, but merely a first step because having a framework is one thing, implementing it and bringing it close to the day-to-day realities of our partners on the ground is certainly another. And so what we are doing now as the collaborative is to make the framework work for our partners who are involved all around the world. And that means providing guidance, fostering collaboration, and doing this enabling environment that I spoke about earlier. And in that sense, what we are doing is, on the one hand, we are reaching out to all our members, to data practitioners, statistics offices, national human rights institutes, academia, civil society, to see where sits existing knowledge and good practice in terms of citizen data, and also to analyze where are gaps and needs. And in reaction to that, we are building knowledge products. That was the other asterisk of before. So we're trying to having analyzed where there are the biggest needs, we're trying to build now some knowledge products and tools for the generation and use of citizen data on the ground, and that includes guidance on data quality, guidance on what does meaningful engagement of citizens actually mean in practice. We want to have some guidance on the how-to of setting up a national data partnership. We want to provide guidance on using citizen data to analyze intersectionalities and several other methodological pieces. This is a key activity at the moment. And in parallel, of course, we always try to ensure there's adequate sharing and fostering of knowledge and exchange between our different communities of practice. Activities go on. From this knowledge exchange, we don't only want to provide guidance, we also want to curate and synthesize experiences and derive some impact stories and some key lessons learned that help partners on the ground to manage their data work, their citizen data work. And at the same time, we are doing some scoping exercises, for example, with regard to better understand if and how we can set up a data dashboard for citizen data, producing a roadmap actually towards launching citizen data commons for more visibility and accessibility to citizen data. And as we did from the beginning, we will also continue to set the global agenda, do active advocacy with governments, donors, and other relevant stakeholders to bring citizen data more to their radar. And last but not least, we see it as our mission and goal also to support and build capacities in different countries among the relevant data actors, ensuring that they can work together effectively and work with citizen data. Mentioning all these activities, let me really say a word of gratitude, addressing on the one hand our fellow steering committee colleagues who are dedicating a lot of time and energy to make sure all this gets done. And on the other end, also let me thank to our sponsors of this work, the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation and Google Philanthropies, who are supporting us in in having this implemented and brought to life. So, having a look at what you can expect for today and how this relates to this event. Our next step today, and as always, is to go from theory to action. So we want to work a little bit with you. And me and my colleagues from the collaborative want to share some insights from our work. And we are also very much eager to have you actively involved, learning from your insights and from your practices and also your needs around citizen data. And we will begin with a session that dives deeper into the Copenhagen framework. Again, I only gave you superficial overview. This will be led by Ravi Kumar from the World Bank and Jessica Encarnacion from UN Women. And after a short break, we will dive into the topic of gender and citizen data for transformative action. That will be hosted by Papasek from UN Women. Then there will be a longer lunch break between 12:45 to 2 p.m. New York time. And we invite both our on-site and online visitors to come back to us around 2 o'clock to have a deep dive into the capabilities of citizen data to help making data systems more inclusive, having also a look at the intersectional and disability data in particular. That session will be led by Heather Page from UNSD. And then there will be a little break, and at 3:30, and fellow co-chair of the collaborative, Hao Yi, will invite for a deep dive into how citizen data can be integrated with other data sources. And last but not least, our session has to end at some point, 5 o'clock, and we will be wrapped up by Yong Yimin from UNSD. Coming to the end, let me highlight again the following. Remember what I told you earlier about the key role of the collaborative. We want to foster knowledge exchange, collaboration, and create an enabling environment for the implementation of the Copenhagen framework. To be able to do this, we need your active input and your contributions, also at this event. And your knowledge that you bring to the room on applied citizen data approaches, national data systems, policy needs, stakeholder engagement, and so on, all of that is key to ensure that the Copenhagen framework can be linked to the needs of other data practitioners and users. So your inputs will actually help us developing better practical guidance and linking the Copenhagen framework closer to your work realities, ensuring that everything we produce is relevant to you and to your work that you're doing. And I mean, speaking about making efforts more relevant to your work, no matter if you're a statistician, a researcher, a humanitarian worker, a government representative, or a grassroots activist, let me say one last thing as an NGO representative, why I think this whole collaboration forging that we have done over the last years and that we are still continuing to do is actually highly relevant and a wonderful thing. As NGOs, we are used that our role sometimes is limited to knocking at the door from the outside, trying to find a way in. And at some times, that's a tough job, facing sometimes closed minds and hearts, being treated with sometimes a certain amount of distrust about some of our goals and the ways of doing things. And why should that be any different when we speak of data, right? Data in particular, actually, which is meant to always tell the truth and show how things are, show it how it is. Well, I think throughout the last years, we had an intense exchange between different communities who have little to no track record at all of working together. And I speak here in particular of NGOs and statisticians. And we realized one thing, namely that we all have the same requirements from data. We want data to reflect the reality of one and all in our societies. But we work with different tool sets, philosophies, and approaches to get towards that goal, which makes it sometimes hard to communicate and understand each other's way of doing things. And I think the process we went through together made us realize that the truth is both approaches reflect the reality. When NGOs say that statistics along the national average sometimes leave out the realities of marginalized communities, and then on the other hand, when statisticians say you have to be careful when you only look at one community, how can you be representative for the society at large? Isn't there a danger of bias? Both approaches reflect the reality of society at large, and the diverse reality of its smallest components. And coming from different backgrounds as data practitioners, what we needed and still need is a common language, language that helps us understand that we actually have the same goal, to provide the best data we can in order to fill critical knowledge gaps, to better understand how our society's complex reality, and that our different approaches can actually complement each other in order to do just that. And I think the Copenhagen framework is a key step to establish this common language and to build the kind of trust that is needed among different data practitioners to work together effectively and create a better and more inclusive data ecosystem. And with that, I think I said it all. The only thing remaining is to wish you an insightful event over the coming hours and thanking you once more for your interest in this highly relevant topic of citizen data. And we are really happy to see that so many of you have found their way in here. And yeah, on behalf of my colleagues from the Citizen Data Collaborative, let me say thank you all for coming. We hope this event will spark meaningful connections and inspire some new ideas and intensify the collaboration that we already have with some and many of you. So with that, I say thank you and hand over to Howie.
Thank you so much, Peter, for the great opening. Thank you for introducing the collaborative. Now I would like to, without further delay, and invite Ravi, the moderator for session 1. Ravi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Howie, and good morning, everyone, and good afternoon to those of you who are in a part of the world where there's 3 p.m. or 4. It's great to hear from Peter, and he talked about collaboration, and I thought, for collaboration to be effective, you need coffee. And so for those of you who are in New York or in Eastern time zone and haven't had coffee, please go and get some coffee. I think it's just a few steps away here, right? Yes. And some breakfast as well. As Harvey said, my name is Ravi Kumar. I'm with the World Bank Chief Statistician Office, and it's a pleasure to be here today, this morning, to help moderate the event on advancing inclusive data systems, strengthening citizen data for impact. Of course, it's a busy day here in New York, especially at the UN, and I'm sure you could be at a number of other events. We're very grateful that you made the decision to be here today. So thank you again. We will have a series of presentations, and I'm sure they'll be very exciting. So just, we'll hear from my colleague, Howie Chen from UNSD on the Copenhagen Framework on Citizen Data. Then Al Kags, my friend who is joining remotely from the Open Institute about MOOC e-learning course they are developing on the Copenhagen Framework. And then Liliana Sutodolska. So full transparency, Liliana, if I messed up the last name, you gotta forgive me. And please, help me so that next time I do a better job. She's from Paris 21, and she'll also talk about a MOOC on e-learning course and evidence-driven inclusive VNR development and the role of citizens. And then Rachel McSweeney from Office for National Statistics, UK, she will talk about exploring citizen data to strengthen trust in population statistics. So those are the 4 presentations. Of course, you're probably thinking, gosh, so many presentations, when will I get to ask questions or have discussion? Yes, after that, we will have a chance to do Q&A. And then after that, my great colleague, Jessamine, let's see, Incarnation from UN Women will summarize and provide closing remarks. As we get started, and have our presenters get ready, let me just say a few words. We are doing some of the work we're doing at the World Bank Chief Statistician Office to support the citizen data agenda. Of course, it's a privilege to be part of the steering committee of the Collaborative on Citizen Data, and we are very grateful and excited to see its expanding role and the vibrant discussion. One of the things recently we have undertaken is an analytical task to understand the quality criteria needed on citizen data to be part of the official statistics or to support NSOs across regions to monitor development indicators. And in a few months we'll have more update, but I wanted to just share that. And of course, if anyone has any ideas or comments, I'll be happy to talk offline as well about that. With that, and without further delay, please let me welcome back our colleague, Howie. Thank you very much. And by the way, how many minutes we got for each presentations?
Well, you're the chair. You decide. If we all agree to skip coffee break.
All right. Okay, we have 10 minutes each then, yeah?
Okay. Get it? Thank you, colleagues. Let me get into my presentation. So thank you, Peter, for covering quite a bit of the background on the collaborative, on the roadmap. So I'm not going to cover that. I'll go straight into the Copenhagen framework. So Peter talked about citizen contribution to data. And here is a slide to show what we as a collaborative and also how the framework sees the citizen data. Citizens can contribute to data in many ways, and they can really support to make census and traditional official statistics, census and surveys more inclusive. But for us, for the Copenhagen framework, citizen data is actually the one circled in this purple pink circle. It is really about data that citizens are really meaningfully engaged in the production of use of data. So their contribution, citizen contribution only to census and surveys from the official statistics, that those are not citizen data. So citizen data, they can be integrated into official statistics, but they don't have to be. If they wanted to be completely independent, and they should be like that, but these are all considered citizen data as long as in our framework. Okay, before I get to, so why do we have a framework? When we started 2022 in Bangkok, we had our first meeting talking about the framework, citizen data, and then everyone really has completely different understanding. And what about Fitbit data, what about social media data? These are all contributions from citizens. Are they considered citizen data? So that's why we felt there's a need to really frame, give us a frame and say, okay, this is something that we're all talking about, and having a common understanding about it. What citizen data is about. And then we also, the framework help us as we move along. For example, we really hope the framework can lead to positive transformation for a more inclusive data and policy environment. And then we wanted to make the point that citizen data, the framework, is not only about filling data gaps. We need the citizens not only because they can fill data gaps. It is actually the other way around. The citizens, we want them to see themselves in data, and they're part of this process of producing data and then use the data to change their own lives. So that's even more important than filling data gaps. And of course, raise awareness and how important it is for meaningful and sufficient engagement and participation of citizens throughout the entire data value chain from the very beginning to the end, encourage responsible production and use of citizen data. We do have a section, so I will go later, on the role of national statistical offices. So what's in the framework? We have 5 sections. In the framework, of first is define citizen data, and then we talk about the principles. Many of you, if you're familiar with the fundamental principle for official statistics, we do talk about here, we have 13 principles for citizen data. They align with fundamental principles, but they have very specific areas that are really unique to citizen data that we've felt that the users of the framework needs to pay attention to that. And then we have a section, of course, on the role of NSOs, and then a set of enabling environments for sustainable coordination, production, and use of citizen data. We have a roadmap that Peter has already put it out. So citizen data, this is we call it operational definition. We've debated for a year and a half, more about 2 years, and then finally finalized it. We don't want, at first, the version that people felt like we were judging. Yes, you are citizen data. No, you're not. So we don't want to be like that. So we're becoming a lot more flexible, inclusive. At the same time, we really encourage citizen data producers to engage, having sufficient and meaningful engagement of citizens from the very beginning of design of the data collection all the way to the use of data. The highest, we encourage the data producers to strive for the highest possible engagement of citizens. So these are the 13 principles. I'm not going to read out, but if you look at, for example, number 3, participation inclusion, this is very, very unique to this. And then we also talk about self-definition, that's number 7, self-definition, self-determination, how important it is, and 8, data sovereignty, which is usually extremely important for indigenous population groups. And I think those are the, yeah. Of course, ethical and safe, all the others are shared with the fundamental principles. Yeah, we have a section on the role of NSOs and what can NSO do? If they already work in many of the nationalistic offices, we have Ghana here in the room. And of course, we have UK online, and then many of them have taken a very proactive role in really leaning forward on how NSO can help. In being the data steward and in either providing guidance on data quality or really get into the space of qualitative data that's really a strength of a citizen data. This is the set of, we have 10 instead of enabling environment. And yeah, this is, Peter already talked about the roadmap and the ongoing activities. So we are currently working on a set of tools and methodological guides, including data quality. We really wanted to get into this space that when people ask, how do you define data quality for citizen data? What about qualitative data? Can you use the same set of standard? What if they're for different purposes? Can we have a fit for purpose guide, fit for purpose quality standard for citizen data? So this is something that we're working on right now. We also have a guide on participation, intersectionality. There will be something related to gender. So forthcoming. Lastly, we are going to have our next expert group meeting, the 4th event, 4th expert group meeting in Cali, Colombia, in October. So over there, we will have a great opportunity for all of the work streams to report back on the implementation of the framework. I think that's all my slides. Is that 10 minutes or past?
No, you have 2 more minutes.
Hi, I can land it over to Al.
Okay. Well, thank you. This is great. Please give her a big hand. I can see there's only 7 minutes. Thank you. Yes. Al, you get about 12 minutes. We good.
And if I can't use all of them, I will sing.
Okay. I'm being told you only get 10 minutes. All right. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's really great to join everyone here. I wish I could have been there, but conflicts and all of those things. But I'm very happy to see so many people made it to New York and to hear some of the conversations that are going on. I have been attending several sessions online, and I have found them to be extremely useful. With your permission, I'm going to share my screen so that I can be able, I hope you can see my screen, which I have in front of me. Over the past, I want to say, few months, we got together with Howie, with Ravi, and a few others, and we have been working closely on developing an online course on the Copenhagen framework that Howie has just presented. The idea is to have an online course that is self-paced, that is modular, and that allows for different people to sort of understand the framework better. This is not to say that the framework is a difficult document to understand, but we want to be as inclusive as possible and to make sure that as many people can participate and even give their views and contribute to it as possible. And so the MOOC, the online course, is developed by the Open Institute with support from the World Bank. And we're very grateful to especially members of the Secretariat, not the Secretariat, but the Citizen Data Collaborative, who have given a lot of input into how the MOOC is structured, some of the content and how the content has been structured. It's been several months of, really painstaking work, and we're very happy with the result that we now have. The reason why we built the course is to make sure that we have as many people included in the thinking as possible. So whereas the hardcore practitioners, such as yourselves, many of you in the room are, would understand where we are so far with within the collaborative and what citizen data is about and what the various approaches are and what the principles are. There are many other people like who are civil servants in different ministries, who are community members, even grassroots community-based organizations, who are producing data and who should participate and who should understand such things as what counts as citizen data, how it can be responsibly used, where does it fit in the rest of the ecosystem, and what does the rest of the ecosystem look like. And so what we try to do is to address those knowledge gaps as much as possible, so that then people can really be part of it. The model that we took in designing the MOOC is that it has 5 modules. An intro, it is talking a lot about the approaches to citizen data. I think I misspelled that. I wrote types. It's approaches to citizen data, how data is driving decision making, technology and enabling citizen data, real world case studies, and there's a lot of stories from different parts of the world that we have incorporated just to bring a lot of the principles and a lot of the ideas in the framework to life, so that it is practical, so that it is contextual, and people can be able to run with it. As I said, it is for, of course, national statistical officers, so that they can use it to train their teams. Not everybody gets to go to New York, so that they can also know how to integrate citizen data responsibly into our national statistical systems. Other government agencies who do, use administrative data, for example, how can they use that and how can they collaborate with citizen-led initiatives? CSOs, NGOs, community-based organizations, so that they can learn how to, align projects with national systems and especially figure out how to aspire to certain standards. And then communities themselves figure out how their local data can drive real change, and how, when, for example, a community collects citizen-generated data, how do they aspire to the best possible standards? What we're intending to do with it is, it has not been released yet, but we're looking at it being either put on the World Bank's e-learning portal or SOMO, which is our e-learning portal at the Open Institute, or both, or even in other e-learning portals, so that it is as accessible and as available as possible to as many people as possible. It will be available to everyone in this room and more, to everyone literally. And it will be integrated into trainings. At the Open Institute, we have done a number of trainings with NSOs in different countries, especially here in Africa, and we would be very keen to integrate this into the training so that it enhances knowledge and it ensures that people are using it. So it will be released in the next couple of weeks. Look out for information. I know that Ravi and I have a blog post that we have drafted, just waiting to announce, and we shall be alerting you to where it will be and where it will be. So look out for it. Our goal is to support the implementation of the framework and make sure that as many people as possible have access to it. Thank you very much. And Ravi, I don't know if I've used all of my 10 minutes, or should I break into song?
No, that was just about 7 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Liliana, I believe. Thank you all. And about the MOOC, yes, just in a few weeks, we'll be able to release it. I want to thank Al and his colleagues for doing a fantastic job, and of course the collaborative for their generous engagement. Liliana, over to you.
Thanks so much, Ravi, and thanks, Al, for your presentation. So let me just start sharing mine. If you could just confirm you can see it.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Liliana Suchadolska. I'm proudly wearing the most difficult name in the collaborative, probably. So we're very happy to see you today while online, and also very happy to see that engagement that we have so far online as well. So Paris 21, this is a partnership hosted at the OECD. We support low and middle income countries' national statistical systems, and we work on capacity building. We provide leadership training, advocacy towards strengthening financing for statistics, but also we engage in various initiatives to bring more quality, more participation, more engagement around emerging topics such as gender or climate change at the heart of official statistics and therefore policy making. So my role today is to present to you a new e-learning course that we have been developing together with the European Commission Directorate General for International Partnerships, as well as DESA, UN DESA Statistics Division. So this e-learning course is also contributing to the implementation of the Copenhagen framework. And the idea is basically to increase the buy-in of VNR leading ministries in governments into understanding of the role of citizen data and understanding which institution in their setup is able to help with the uptake of citizen data. So a bit of a background why we are doing this. Of course, Paris 21 is part of the steering committee of the collaborative, and our role is also to promote the uptake of Copenhagen framework, but we also want to make sure that governments understand the role of national statistical offices in actually fostering this participatory approach to data. So last year at the High Level Political Forum, we have released a report called Data-Driven Voluntary National Review. And one of the findings of that report, which analyzed all VNRs, which is also built on interviews with VNR leading ministries, statistical offices, and civil society, we understood that the role of national statistical offices in actually fostering that participatory movement of citizen data is still not well understood. And while this is, probably understandable when you sit in the government and you understand how bureaucracies work, how statisticians work, it may not necessarily be clear, for example, for civil society, where their national statistical office is still perceived as part of government, and where the role of official data, official statistics, and their official processes is still not understood fully as well. So I invite you to consult this report, but basically it builds a basis for the e-learning course that we have developed further. So just to come back to basics, of course, the 2030 Agenda principle, the whole of society and evidence-based approach, it's at the heart of both the work of the collaborative on citizen data, but also of the work of governments, and it's the guiding principle of the voluntary national review. And it's probably understood and trivial to say that VNR should be based on evidence, should be informed by country-led evaluation and data, which is high quality, accessible, timely, and disaggregated by various characteristics. But then on the understanding of how this should happen is another story, right? How this principle should transcend to the mandate of the National Statistical Office and its capabilities. So this e-learning course provides a couple of entries towards understanding the role of Statistics Office in bridging the gap between governments and citizens when we think of data. So the target audience for this course is officers in governments in charge of the VNR preparation. So here we could also think of top and middle managers of statistics offices, international organizations who support VNR processes, but also, of course, civil society actors. So the course has 4 modules, a basic introduction to the VNR, the role of coordination by statistics office, and the very core section here, the civil society module on citizens' participation in data-driven VNR. That's the one I'll be talking about today, which basically brings this narrative of why voluntary national review is such a good moment for governments to think of bringing citizen data on the radar. And the course is finalized also by a communication module, which highlights the importance of data literacy among the governments who produce the VNR report, but of course data communication, which will result in a higher understanding and uptake of statistics produced by governments, and then also the importance of storytelling, which is not necessarily always championed by statistics offices, but it's definitely something that in where civil society is scoring best. So the civil society module here will have 3 sections on rationale and benefits of civil society engagement in the voluntary national review. The second one is on entries for citizen engagement during and after the VNR. And also a couple of further readings, including also summaries and tests for you to test your knowledge. So what is covered in this module? We bring a couple of examples from governments which have operationalized citizen data or citizen-generated data. It's called differently sometimes in various countries. But I think the most important is basically enlarging the scope of what is evidence, what is official statistics, bringing novel approaches to quality assurance, because now we are talking about data produced somewhere else than National Statistical Office or government. And bringing the kind of the premise of citizen data of whole of society approach to the voluntary national review, engagement of citizens in the SDGs, their ownership of SDGs, how this can happen. We also explore a bit the role of umbrella civil society actors here. So the fact, for example, that national statistical offices have rarely skills and capabilities to engage with the wide array of civil society actors one by one. And we recognize the important role of actually umbrella bodies or intermediary platforms which can support the premise of bringing citizen data at the heart of official statistics and policy making. And we bring some examples here. You have a picture from Kenya and SDG Kenya Forum who played that role. But there are also other examples, and we explain why it's important to have that middleman in this process. We also provide a couple of, basic intro on the data quality oversight, how countries did that, but then resources provide more in-depth literature on this topic. And as announced by Peter and Howie, we are also actively working in the collaborative to provide more specific detailed guidance on quality assurance and on the way in which these partnerships could be built. So in a nutshell, the main recommendation from this, from the report that we had, but also from the e-learning, is to recognize that NSOs and CSOs are allies in bringing more inclusive data at the heart of policymaking in tackling the development issues. And they just need to, sometimes just step into that role, recognize their mandates and see where the gaps are in terms of the mandates, but also in terms of data, and imagine a better, data partnership than just gaps filling as Howie suggested. And that can happen, of course, during the VNR process, but also after. We know that this is sometimes requires a bit of, change of the mindset on both sides, bridging the trust issues that may arise between NSO and civil society. but also improving communication, leadership, data literacy. There's a whole array of capacities that need to be built on both sides here. And that's the role also of this collaborative to bridge these two communities. But the momentum is there. We see already wonderful cases, best practices coming up, and we'll be happy to share them with you. For now, I leave you with this e-learning course. You can consult it on the links below. They are available in both places, in INTPA Academy and Paris 21 Academy. They are free, self-paced. The full duration is 90 minutes, so it's really 1.5 hours of very well spent time. So please don't hesitate to share it with those stakeholders who are engaged in voluntary national review, who still hesitate whether citizen data is a good idea. And with this, I thank you so much for your attention, and over to you, Ravi.
Thank you very much, Liliana. And we have the last presentation from Rachel. Rachel, do we have Rachel here?
Yes, hello. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hi, Rachel, over to you.
Hi, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm joining you from South Wales in the UK, and I'm part of the Office for National Statistics. So we are the UK's independent producer of national statistics for the economy, society, and populations. And we also run the decennial census for England and Wales. I'll just share these. Let me know if you can see these okay.
Yes.
Okay. So my role within the Office for National Statistics is that I'm the head of citizen data. This is a fairly new role for the office, and it really represents a commitment to the value of this methods as a tool within our wider toolbox of methods that we use to produce high quality statistics. And our real mandate for our interest in this work and for doing this work on citizen data is around improving the quality, inclusivity, and trustworthiness of our population statistics. So just last week, the UK government commissioned the 2031 census after a recommendation from ONS. And within that commission and recommendation, there was a real emphasis on making this the most inclusive census and ensuring that everyone's counted and that populations that are typically underrepresented are counted in the data. And this is where citizen data can really help. If certain citizens have not responded to a previous census or a survey, or perhaps they don't trust government and therefore appear in administrative data, citizen data, which we often speak of as synonymous with civil society organization data, can help potentially address those gaps or help bring in insights about those populations and lived experience that we might not otherwise have. So the work that we've been doing has been very much aligned with the UN Copenhagen framework and the definition of citizen data. And we've been active participants in the UN Citizen Data Collaborative for this past year or so. Just before I go into our main piece of work that I wanted to share with you today, which is around a feasibility study into citizen data, I just wanted to highlight that this work is not new for ONS, but perhaps was not called citizen data in the past. And this issue may come up in other areas as well. But for our crime statistics, for a number of years, we've been drawing on data sources from civil society to help us better understand certain populations. We have a natural capital estimate where we draw on citizen science collected data to understand the biodiversity of the UK. And some of these approaches of involving citizens at the design stage is often used when we come up with what we'd call harmonized definitions of certain concepts in our questionnaires, for instance, for ethnicity or gender identity. So our definition of citizen data, as I mentioned, aligns to the one that was presented by Howie earlier. Our interest is in that lower strand definition, which is around citizens being meaningfully engaged in the production and use of data. So in order to investigate more about the potential of using citizen data to improve population statistics, we kicked off a feasibility research study earlier this year to assess whether data held by civil society could be used to inform and improve our population statistics. We used a mixed methods approach, starting with a literature review to understand the wider landscape of what other national statistics offices and CSOs have done, and of course, learning through the collaborative. We developed our own quality assessment criteria to assess data sets, and we carried out qualitative case study interviews with civil society organizations, as well as internal case study, in order to develop a nuanced and rich picture. So I'll just tell you briefly about the data quality assessment. First of all, this is by no means representative of the full data landscape, but we reviewed 124 data sets from UK-based civil society organisations on topics that relate to population. So that included topics like homelessness, migration, health, disability. And we developed a quality assessment criteria framework, drawing on about 9 existing frameworks, some of which you may be familiar with, which are international frameworks such as from the UN or Eurostat, but we also have some unique UK-based frameworks. And that allowed us to bring together some criteria that you might be familiar with. So we were looking at these data sets, judging their relevance to population statistics, their accuracy, were they timely, were they accessible, could we download the data, was there metadata, were they ad hoc or frequently updated? And for each of those criteria, we had a scoring framework from 1 to 5 to allow us to give then an aggregate score for each data set. But as we went on this journey, exploring the available data sets, we found a lot of rich assets that were qualitative. And in that space, we didn't find so much precedent of qualitative quality assessment framework. So we reviewed the academic literature and came up with an initial framework which evaluated different criteria, such as consideration of ethics, the reflexivity and reflection of the researcher and their own position in relation to the research they were doing, whether the research was replicable. So that allowed us to assess those data assets as well. And when we completed the review, we found that a lot of the data sets were of high quality and aligned to a number of use cases. So there was a use case that we call granularity, which is that it could help us better understand lower level characteristics, and go into more detail there, or lower level geographies where there might be current missingness or gaps around the data. It helped with coverage, and sometimes it could help with timeliness, where that data was published more frequently than other sources. Or it could serve a purpose around quality assurance, to quality assure statistics already produced. As I mentioned, we complemented this with some qualitative work. So we reached out to 8 civil society organizations to ask them about the data they produce, why they produce it, how they manage data quality, the kind of impact they had. And the high-level findings we found were that a lot of these data sets were representative of the populations they intended to serve. A lot of consideration had gone into quality assurance and inclusive, sensitive data collection methods and engagement methods. There's a lot of grassroots involvement and co-production from start to finish that we could really learn from. And often the leads or people collecting data from the CSOs were seen as trusted community partners. We were also pleased to see a lot of these organisations were keen to collaborate more with ONS in their data collection efforts and sharing their insights and lived experiences, which we were pleased to see. Just in the interest of time, I'll just miss that detail around our internal case studies, which I mentioned earlier, and just summarize with our key learnings from this work. So from this feasibility study, we can see that citizen data produced by civil society organisations in the UK is a valuable, potentially underutilised resource in the national statistical system. We can see many of these data sets align with our priorities and data definitions. There's good consideration of quality from what we can see, and some good practices exist, but there is some variability to consider and perhaps some capability that we could support. Align with what Howie said earlier, the use and integration of data like this needs the right enabling environment and conditions, and that was very much confirmed by our interviews. But we can see that there is good potential to improve the quality and trustworthiness of our population statistics and good potential for partnership. So this is, as I said, a data source and a tool that we will be considering as we start our research and development in the lead up to Census 2031. And we're excited to share more through the collaborative and events like this about the research that we continue to do in this area. Thank you.
Rachel, thank you very much for the fantastic presentation. Now, please, I know we have a few more minutes, and so I'll take the opportunity to open for questions or discussions. And do we have folks online? So if you could just say their name and the question or comment. And then, of course, we want to give the opportunity to our friends here in the room. All right, one, please go ahead. I think this mic would work. There you go, ma'am.
Thank you, Joe Crawford, working with the Equality Insights team in Australia. My question is to Rachel, I guess to some of the other presenters online, which is to what extent is some of the issue with quality and evidence of quality assurance that you saw with citizen data an issue of being very in the work and under prioritizing documentation? So maybe I suppose a question of is there an issue of priorities and evidence gathering there that might be helpful for civil society organisations in terms of assuring others who are looking on about the processes that they're using? Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take one more. Okay, 2 questions and then we'll come back. We'll come back to you then.
Thank you. Hi, Scarlett Lances with Accountable Impact, based in Miami, Florida. I have a question, and I don't know who is this question for, but so there's a lot of emphasis on VNRs, but we haven't heard anything about VLRs, the voluntary local reviews, right? And I'm wondering if there's a opportunity to develop courses for voluntary local reviews, practitioners, and if that particular course that Paris 21, that organization is focusing on, is focusing on national statistics offices, can be then directed to support municipalities in those specific countries to support VLR processes. I'm interested in learning that because we are thinking about doing one in Miami for Miami-Dade County. So yes, that'll be fantastic. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. They were really interesting. And I was wondering about specifically maybe to Rachel, what are the main obstacles to include sexual orientation and gender identity in the statistics? Because I know that we are trying to leave nobody out, and but if we think that most of the studies, the citizens data, say that LGBT people are about 15% or 18% of our countries, there's a lot of people who are out of the statistics. And I want to know which countries, or if there are some really efforts to include sexual orientation and gender identity, or what are the obstacles that statisticians are facing on this?
Well, thank you very much. I think, if I may, we have 3 questions. Please allow us to respond to them, and we'll come back to you. Okay. And there are a few more. All right, we'll take these 3 questions first, and then we'll go to her and then to online. Okay. So who is going to respond? I think Rachel, over to you.
Yes, great question around quality assurance. I'm happy to come in on that one first. I would say first thing to highlight in terms of quality assurance practices of civil society organisations is that compared with the national statistics system, we don't always use the same definitions of concepts. So that can create a bit of a challenge in terms of coherence and data linkage. Now, there's different perspectives you could take on that because they may have come up with certain definitions or questions based on feedback from citizens, but in which case we might simply need to talk about comparability. We just need those concepts to be comparable enough. I think that was one challenge. Another challenge is there are very known quality assessment frameworks within the statistical system and government that weren't necessarily known by the civil society organisations. A lot of the same practices were carried out, but maybe not in the same way or using the same language. So I think using the same frameworks can be a helpful assurance that the quality standards have been followed. I'm just looking back through the notes from the interviews, and I think those were the main challenges that we'd highlighted, but happy to follow up if there's anything else I can find from the transcripts.
Okay. Thank you very much. And anyone who wants to respond to the question about sexual representation in the survey? Okay, maybe we can have a discussion later. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. I'll pass on the, and ma'am, the question about the municipality course. I think we will, as the collaborative, we will look into what the options are. Maybe if there's a course already available, and perhaps some of us will get back to you. Okay, thank you. Can I go back to her? I promised her.
Yeah, no, it's just, I'll speak with the person in the break.
Okay, that's perfect. Well, yes, maybe you both can connect. Over to you. Would you mind passing the mic? Thanks.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Katie Tobin from WeDo. My question's for Howie. I was wondering about the definitions of sufficient and meaningful engagement, or like highest possible engagement, and if that's something that one of the knowledge products is going to focus on, because I think that would be super useful. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
I can respond. Yes, absolutely. So this I think we got a lot of questions when the framework was out. One is, of course, data quality. We set a very high standard, but then people say, how do we do that? You say meaningful, but what does it mean? So yes, there will be a guide based on case studies because they are going to be different across contexts and communities. So we are going to collect examples and case studies and show in what specific situation how the communities have been doing in engaging, how it's being measured, how could it be measured in terms of meaningful. We did say a little bit in the framework then in meaningful in the sense that their participation has contributed to the improvement of their well-being, that seeing an impact. So it's very, very interesting. It's a very unknown, not unknown for other areas for statistics. It's quite new. So if you would like to contribute and help us, please feel free to join the force. There are a few questions online.
Yes.
Should I?
Yes.
So I'm just going to summarize a few, and there are quite a few questions for Rachel on the data quality. So they're looking forward to receiving the report. I know you are in the process of finalizing them. So when they are available, please share. We will share through the collaborative as well. Then there, of course, there's a question on, it hasn't come out yet, is in the age of AI, how do we balance that with ethical use, production of citizen data, how the framework could help with that. So that's a field, maybe Francesca, you would like to say a few words on that as well. And then there's a question on how we support countries. So the collaborative has a little bit funding to support country work and community work at the community level. One is to build capacity. One is to bring the Copenhagen framework to the communities. How do we really bring them down to the communities? And the other thing is, how do we bring the great work at the communities to the global level work? So we did, I think it was beginning of this year, we sent out a global consultation and also the questionnaire on the needs and demands, open call. We see quite a bit of, I think 150 responses. So this is part of the work on stock taking exercise on the collaborative. And then we are working with communities that have brought out, made a request for support. And so we are going towards that direction. And then India is actually going to be probably on the list. So this question is for India. So, but overall on capacity building, yes, we have a set of ways of approaching that. Now the AI, do you want to say a few words? Because it's so linked to the principles that you have drafted on the framework.
Thank you. Yeah, I can say, before I say a few words about AI, which is a very important question, I also wanted to address the issue of how we incorporate LGBTQI plus issues and how we address, the leaving no one behind within the work of the collaborative. There are two other work streams that we haven't covered yet. One is the working group on gender that's coming up next session. And then right after lunch is the work stream on intersectionality. In both of those work streams, that is one of the most important areas we cover in different ways, and trying not just to look at, the principles and the ideas behind, but also concretely at what data tools exist that we can integrate to address those needs. So stay tuned a little bit more in the two next sessions. On the AI, there was a question online, right? Yeah. On the AI, the collaborative has addressed that from the beginning. I would say it's been one of the aspects that we discussed, especially as we highlighted in the beginning. Citizen data are not just a data source. It's not just some new data to fill data gaps, but it's really about giving citizens agency and really making them part of the whole data production throughout the data value chain, especially the first part of the data value chain. What matters, how you approach the measurement, and how you conceptualize what needs to be measured, which is very relevant to groups that are often invisible or misrepresented in the official data. So it's been a discussion. We treated it from that angle, how the citizen engagement can counterbalance the AI big new trend of, with all the risks that involves. But we also we haven't come up with the real work streams on exactly how to frame the work of the collaborative, but we're also trying to see how can we then develop concrete tools to counteract and to integrate some of the data that the citizen and communities produce, to bring and sort of reduce the risks of those biases more concretely in terms of coverage. So those are the two sort of angles that the collaborative has looked at.
Thank you very much. And if I may just add about AI, is that, when you have quality, comprehensive data, it supports what the AI is going to produce. And I think, generally speaking, with citizen data, you could assume that in an ideal setting, theoretically, you would have comprehensive data set that reflects the reality and the nuance in the lives of people, including the most marginalized folks in our communities. And that would hopefully, as Francesco was saying, counteract basically some of the biases or help correct in an ideal setting. And so we hope that down the road, the collaborative would be able to play that constructive role. I know we have quite a few questions, so let's see. All right, I'll go to her, and then I'll come to you, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to all the presenters and for organizing this day. My name is Melissa Wild with the University for Peace. We are an institute of higher education and also a permanent observer mission to the UN. I'd be very interested after to chat with folks around the courses and see if there's a way to collaborate there. Mike, I had two questions, and I think they're relatively general, although they might be best positioned as questions regarding the Copenhagen framework. The first is around the knowledge products. Forgive me if this is a bit too linguistic in my perspective, but just framing it as a knowledge product. I'm curious what that actually means. Are these products, in the sense, I recognize it's a term, but I'm challenging, I guess, how we approach the creation of data as something that has an economic value. And that kind of relates to my broader question, speaking as someone who participates in data projects, but am more so on the practitioner side and in the work of peace building at the community level. How do we avoid creating extractive practices in the creation of data, even when we have as wide a range of participation from citizens in the creation of the data? It is then held somewhere, right? And we know at the end of the day, especially, it's very hard to escape the larger companies that hold data, the physical spaces where data centers are located, and those who profit from the holding of data, and then selling of it. So I'm really curious to hear how the Copenhagen framework helps to address that, in particular in vulnerable countries in the majority world, where data right now is, we're getting data from those places that are at higher risk on front lines of climate change, for instance, is so important at the international level, and yet folks who live there at risk of having their data be put to use for commercial purposes or for other kinds of extractive purposes, even if they're involved in the creation of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to that, sir.
Yeah, hi there. Phil Crean with Kappa Lab. I'm really, really hopeful about this agenda. I think the biggest challenge that I see in my own work around the world is just a complete lack of resources for civil society. So the generators of citizen-generated data, as well as the lack of resources for statistics offices who want to be working on this. Because at the end of the day, we can't do this with just goodwill and hugs alone. There has to be resources. So my question for the panelists is, in these MOOCs, in these online trainings, is there a focus on resource mobilization for civil society and for statistics offices? And if I could ask the same of our moderator, because the World Bank is a huge resource mobilizer in this grand scheme of things. We had with the World Bank the trust fund to support state statistical capacity, which is a fantastic trust fund. It has since retired and something has come out of it. I don't know quite what it is, but is the World Bank ready to when statistics offices and ministries of finance approach it for the question of support to statistical capacity when it comes to citizen-generated data, inclusive data, is the World Bank ready to support recipient-executed technical capacity for this agenda? I know that's very technical and it might be outside your remit, but I still had to ask it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fantastic question. We'll now go to our ma'am here at the back, and then we'll come back to you.
Hi. Yeah, my question has to do with the online training courses, actually. So we heard about 2 courses that are going to be offered. I was just wondering, because they're targeted to the same set of people. And I was just wondering when this World Bank starts selling the course, and when Paris 21 and that group starts selling the course, are we going, hopefully there's nothing contradictory in the contents of the courses, but I was wondering if there's been any attempt to coordinate in terms of saying, okay, this course is going to supplement this and this ideas. I think when you start distributing the course and telling people, hey, there are courses that are available, and this is how you can use them, if that has been thought of in the development. Thank you.
Great questions. Any more? Okay, let me just start by responding if it's okay. Sorry, do we have comments online? Okay, so I must admit, I don't drink coffee and I woke up at 3 a.m. So I'm going to tackle these 3 questions first and then go online. I hope that's okay. All right, thank you very much. So we'll start with responding, and I'll, of course, hand over to our fantastic panelist. The questions about the courses. So, about the MOOC that the World Bank is supporting. Of course, all the colleagues in the collaborative have had a chance to respond and comment. To the best of my knowledge, they are not contradictory to the great course that Liliana and her colleagues are producing. I think the idea here is to, rather than sell, is to help provide some resource in what we can all acknowledge is a very constrained environment for the international development space. So some resource to build capacity, generate awareness around citizen data. That's why the MOOCs are created. And I will let my other colleagues respond and add here as well. So I hope that responds at least partially to your question. Now, the fantastic question about the bank's ability and interest. So we are very interested, of course. That's why I woke up at 3 a.m. to get here today, this morning. Now, in all seriousness, I think it's important to acknowledge that you're right. Just the hugs and the goodwill doesn't do much, right? You need funding and the capacity to be able to, and the political will and the support to be able to implement this. And I think, to your point, there is a global data facility at the World Bank's Chief Statistician Office. We have had discussion to mobilize resources. I must admit that, again, it's a constrained environment when it comes to fiscal resources. But that being said, there are a couple of things ongoing that I think the bank could support. So at a minimum level, you see we continue to support like some of these courses to build initial capacity and awareness. And then the bank is also in the process, the World Bank Chief Statistician Office is in the process of launching a data academy, and that we will partner with think tanks, universities, and others to help build capacity and use train the trainers model to really sustain that capacity in those contexts, rather than taking a helicopter approach and organizing a nice workshop for a week in a nice hotel. Yeah. But I hope, and then but I know that's not enough. I think as the environment hopefully improves, we'll have more funding. And I've been asked. You're thankfully not the first person to ask this. Howie doesn't miss a bit. She continues to ask me for what we can do, and I've continued to get a D in my job. But my hope is, we're all. I think in a difficult environment, you want to be creative and resourceful, and hope that we attract more resources, we'll be able to allocate this. But I don't want to take more time. Pass on to Howie and others to respond to more questions.
Rachel and Liliana.
No, the other guy. Okay, so we will go back to Rachel and Liliana about the taxonomy and the how do you name the courses and all those fantastic questions we had. And so over to you, Rachel and Liliana.
I think you had your hand up first. You can go.
Okay, thank you. So this is just to quickly build on what Ravi said, and thank you so much for all the great questions. So very quickly, the VLR's local reviews are not part of the e-learning yet, but we do recognize the need of covering this area, especially because the usefulness of citizen data is especially seen at the local level. There are really very few civil society actors that may have nationally representative data. So we recognize this as a gap, and definitely if resources are available, we'll be really happy to work with partners on that. And now when it comes to resource mobilization, huge issue, of course. So this is just a share of, how we work in the collaborative. For the first few years, we actually were running just on goodwill, so to say, and trying to mainstream participation into our respective programs. With the Copenhagen framework being the overarching document, with us spending marginal additional time at our margins, not marginal, but additional time to run this initiative without any funding. So this is really a powerhouse of practitioners that see the value of this work, but also the value of this work for sustainable development. And we are now, getting some first basic resources to run this work, to coordinate between us, but we need much more substantive and systemic funding in order to be able to provide really comprehensive guidance to countries and our partners. So this is just to say resource mobilization definitely should be on the agenda here for data, especially we are now in 2025, so many foundational data collection sources were cut. So how do we get from there? We are working constantly with partners. At Paris 21, we have built a clearinghouse to understand better how much donors and countries, governments support statistical systems. But this is a work in progress. It requires more transparency from donors, from governments, from all partners working on support to data to actually, provide shed more light on this issue. But thank you for these questions. Really important.
Thank you, Liliana. Rachel, would you like to come in?
Yes, thank you. And I see Howie nudging us along with the session, and I'm sure everyone's ready for some coffee by now. But I just want to address some of the good questions in the audience. There was one around extractive methods and another around the resources of civil society organizations, just to share our insights. And I think someone was saying, how do we ensure that data is co-owned and data collection doesn't feel extractive? And we're inspired by an example in the New Zealand Statistics Office for their census in 2031. For the first time, the data was released on a non-government owned platform called Te Wata, and that is owned by the Maori tribes. So this means that they now have greater control and ownership over their own census data. And it's this idea that the data is for them and for that population. And there may be someone on the call right now who's been more involved than me, but I thought that was a great example of what it can look like to take co-ownership of data. On that question around the resources of civil society, we certainly saw that in, reaching out, asking for interviews, asking for completion of questionnaires. We recognized that we needed to incentivize participation and also value the assets and insight they could provide us with. So through our data ethics process, we received approval to give donations to these organizations who participated in our study. Which goes some way towards answering that question of how do you compensate and fund the time of civil society involvement. I don't think we fully answered the question of what that looks like long term, but I know that's within the Copenhagen framework and the enabling environment. So looking forward to understanding that challenge. But happy for my email address and slides to be shared after the session. Please do reach out if people would like to receive the report or have any other questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I want to be mindful of time. We are at the very end of the time that was allocated to us. And so first, really, thank you so much for your fantastic questions, and also especially the questions about resource mobilization, because without that, we won't be able to make much progress. And I think it's critical that, collectively, we as a community, we ask these questions. And so what happens is that you now have given me one more reason to go make more requests to my bosses, right? And that's how it get, I think hopefully, and then all of us at the collaborative as well, we can continue to think about these things. So thank you. But now I want to do two things. One, thank our great panelists for their fantastic presentations. Thank you for your questions. And then finally, let me just ask my colleague, just I was going to say Jasmine.
No, thank you, Ravi. So I'm tasked to briefly summarize what transpired during the session. So I know I'll be mindful of time.
Okay, I see. So thank you. I need the coffee. So, and then I think we've heard from Hao-Yi with regards to the Copenhagen framework, but the main message there is that when we approach the work on citizen data, it's not just about filling data gaps, it's the broader, contribution of citizens to data development, and therefore it's important that they see themselves in the data that is produced, whether they themselves are producing it or others data producer by other data producers. And that I think with the overall discussion of the 13 principles, that it somehow resonates into the fundamental principles of official statistics, and likewise the presentation of the role of NSOs. I think this is also a clear message that these are not being done in silos. This is a clear acknowledgement of the broader data ecosystem, and that citizens and communities and likewise national statistical offices can work hand in hand in terms of development of citizen data. And then likewise, we've heard from Al, from Open Institute, the e-learning course, and likewise Liliana on the e-learning course, and the VNRs, the other on the Copenhagen framework. I think this also resonates with the overall message of Peter when we started, that we need an enabling environment to actually promote and advocate for the production and use of citizen data. And this e-learning courses provide that enabling factors to operationalize such normative frameworks. And I think with the VNR, specifically, I think Liliana has somehow alluded to, again, that CSLs and NSOs in this particular work on citizen data are working as allies. It's not about a choice between citizen data and official statistics, but rather how CSOs and NSOs can work together to be able to effectively monitor our global or national development agenda and commitments. And I think we've heard from, which was a good segue to the presentation from Rachel with regards to the linkages as well as collaboration with the NSO. And I think that the message there is that this is not new for many, or at least some of the NSOs, that citizens and meaningful engagement of citizens in production and use is somehow being done, but now it is with more intentionality and deliberateness that is being prioritized. And lastly, I think we've heard during the question and answer some emerging themes throughout the process, that the themes of the need for guidance, whether it's the VLRs or whether it's the how do we actually define and operationalize meaningful and sufficient engagement throughout the process? Like themes about leaving no one behind, particularly about gender orientation and sexual identities. What else? Access to resources on resource mobilization. And likewise, ensuring that there is coordination and coherence, a case in point, the e-learning courses that we've had. And I think bottom line also, the resource mobilization that is likewise needed to sustain, and not only to sustain, but likewise increase efforts, not only by countries, but more importantly by communities throughout this process. And likewise, I think always a key message for us that in all this work on citizen data, to make sure that we avoid any extractive practices, and likewise we live by the fundamental principles of citizen data that is enshrined in the Copenhagen framework. Thank you.
Now you have 2 minutes for coffee breaks. for, well, it's really up to the session organizers for the next session, which is Jessa and Francesca.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. So you'll be back 11:39. Just please.
Hi, Gerald. How are you? This is Papa.
Hi, Papa.
Hi, Ramya. How
It's
are
a
you?
break.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you, and I am hopeful that the room can also hear you. They are on a coffee
Okay.
break right now, so they'll be starting within 10 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good.
They
Okay.
are on
So
time.
as I told Jess, we have a blackout, electricity blackout here. So rather than, because I'm on roaming now, so I'll just disconnect briefly and then connect maybe back in like 5 minutes or so. Or just,
Sure, sure.
I'm on standby anyway, so just give me a sign and then I'll connect.
All right. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Okay,
But
thank
it's
you.
good to know
Bye.
that the connection works.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
And in case people who are in this side of the room, the session. So Papa, are you now connected?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I just have.
We can't hear you though. Gerald, please.
Can you hear me?
Not yet, Papa. Gerald is
online-
still taking care of the audio.
Online we can hear Papa, but you guys don't hear him?
I hear that online you can be heard well. Unfortunately, here in person, we're still trying to figure out the audio.
Test. Test.
Gerald, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm trying to see why it's not.
No, not yet.
Testing. Testing. So try it now.
Is it okay now?
It's a bit better, but still faint. Can you still address that, Gerald, and make it better? Sorry? You'll just have to speak louder, Papa. Please shout at us.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, please.
Marginally, okay. Anyways, let's kick off. Greetings, colleagues. On behalf of the co-organizers, Open Data Watch, the UN Statistics Division, and the Collaborative on Citizen Data, I say greetings to all of you, and welcome to those of you who are joining us in person and online. I'm Papa Sek. I'm the chief of the research and data section of UN Women. And I have the pleasure to welcoming you to today's discussion and this session on gender and citizen data for transformative action. We meet at a pivotal time. So just a few weeks ago, after FFD4 in Sevilla, where the call for stronger evidence to drive financing decisions was made loud and clear, we are faced with a shrinking financial space for data, especially gender data, which remains one of the most underfunded areas of development. This challenge is compounded by the discontinuation of flagship sources like the demographic and health surveys in many contexts. And as traditional data sources contract, we must look to non-traditional data systems, especially citizen data, to fill the increasing gap that we have. While official statistics remain essential, they too often fall short in capturing the lived realities of women and girls, particularly those most marginalized. Design limitations, resource constraints, and an emphasis on national representativeness frequently exclude key groups such as adolescent girls, single mothers, indigenous women, and women with disabilities, leaving them statistically invisible. At the same time, we are witnessing growing pushback on gender equality and on the role of civil society organizations. Yet, it is precisely these organizations, particularly feminist movements and community-based groups, that are driving citizen data efforts to reach marginalized women and girls, often missed by official statistics. They help generate more localized and actionable information and enable data collection in safer and more trusted environments. These dual pressures make it more urgent than ever to invest in data needed to inform inclusive, rights-based, and gender-responsive policies. And that brings me to today's key agenda items. One is the launch of the working group on gender and citizen data under the Collaborative on Citizen Data. This group will bring together civil society organizations, national statistical offices, academia, and development partners to collectively strengthen the use of citizen data to address gender inequalities. We will then reflect together on how to assure quality, trust, inclusiveness, and utility in in gender-focused citizen data efforts. We will also hear about frameworks for participation and concrete examples from countries and organizations working at the intersection of gender and citizen data. Today's session is designed to be interactive. Also, whether you are joining us from civil society, academia, government, or data-focused communities, whether you are joining us online or in person in the room, your contributions are welcome and encouraged. But before we begin, I'll just mention a quick housekeeping rules. Today's session is being recorded in English, and the recording will be shared with all registered participants. We have sign language interpreters as well. This is a hybrid session, so to support engagement across both spaces, we have moderators in the room and online. My colleague Jessa will be responsible for the room, while Raquel will monitor the Q&A function on Zoom to ensure your inputs and questions are incorporated into the discussion. So please feel free to introduce yourself. Let us know your name and the organization you're representing for those who are joining us online. And please also keep your microphones muted unless you are speaking, and feel free to share reflections in the chat throughout the session. And with that, it is my pleasure to begin today's event by welcoming Francesca Perucci, Director of Policy and Partnerships at Open Data Watch, and my colleague Jessa Encarnacion, who's the Interregional Advisor on Gender Statistics at UN Women, who will kick us off with the launch of the working group on gender and citizen data. Over to you, Jessa and Francesca. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Papa. Is this on? Yes. No. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Papa. Hello, everybody. As Papa already introduced me, I'm Francesca Perucci from Open Data Watch. For those who don't know, Open Data Watch is a nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C. We work to support countries in building stronger, more open, more inclusive data systems. And I stress the word inclusive because a lot of our work really focuses on inclusive data, data intersectionality, and of course, citizen data. And that's just to explain the reason why we are very happy to be co-chairing, co-leading this working group on gender data. We were asked by my colleagues, our colleagues at UN Women, to start this adventure together. So we're very happy and pleased to be able to advance the work of the citizen data in this particular, with this particular lens of the gender dimension. Papa has already introduced a little bit of the why we agreed and we decided to launch this working group within the collaborative. As you've heard so far, there were introductions and of the collaborative works and the explanation a little bit of how the framework has been put together and the principles that guide the framework. And you've seen, the approach we've taken with the collaborative is really to take a cross-cutting perspective and develop the tools that are useful to produce citizen data and use citizen data from different angles. Although, of course, we know that specific groups that are very engaged normally when it comes to citizen data and specific civil society organizations that are more active with data production, but it's really cross-cutting. The working group was established to really ensure that there is also a gender perspective integrated and that we can really consistently across all these initiatives keep an eye on how we integrate the gender dimension. And as I mentioned earlier during the Q&A session of session 1, we look at gender in a little bit of, I would say, a broader sense. And so there is, of course, also a focus on different gender identities and sexual orientation. So that will come throughout the work of the group as we move forward. So Papa also mentioned why it is important to have the group now, and he mentioned, the financial challenges when it comes to data, especially when it comes to demographic and health data. That is, of course, those are data that are often at the basis of many of the data that you need to address gender issues. And of course, the DHS disruption is one major issue that and event that comes to mind, but it's not just that. It's overall, financing for gender data in general has been scarce and it's under threat, and there are challenges to the overall multilateral system and the organizations that have traditionally been very active and very helpful in promoting gender and promoting gender data production and use are also have seen their funding decrease. So important to look at non-traditional data, new data sources, engage citizens and civil society organizations. It's absolutely critical to fill those gaps, but also, as we discussed in session 1, to give agency to citizens and to people. So the working group was really launched to address these issues, and it just, I would say, today is the official launch, right? Yeah. So, although it works behind the scenes a little bit already, trying to set up as Jessa will describe that and present what we're doing, but this today is the official launch of the group. And really, I want to stress that the group is not working as a group; is working within the collaborative. Is really fully integrated into the work of the collaborative, and will work in sync. And you'll see, we'll present various aspects of the work, including data quality. Even that will be in sync with everything that the collaborative is doing also on data quality. So with that, I'll pass it on to Jessa. Also, one small correction, Papa was given the wrong information, is our fault. We don't have sign interpretation for this session, unfortunately, but for the next one we will do. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Francesca, for setting the stage and likewise highlighting why work on gender and citizen data, and likewise, particularly the establishment of the working group on gender and citizen data under the collaborative on citizen data is both timely and urgent. So I'm pleased to now share with you an overview of the working group on gender and citizen data, co-convened by UN Women and Open Data Watch, as well as some of the other core partners that we have already worked with conceptualizing this working group, which I will mention later. So this group was created to ensure that, as Francesca mentioned, that gender considerations in the overall work on citizen data remain visible, actionable, and likewise mainstreamed throughout the process. It is to embed gender perspectives throughout the citizen data value chain, from methodology to governance to validation and use. And therefore, within the working group, our objectives are clear, that we are, like Peter has alluded already, to enabling environments, that we are to develop practical tools and guidance grounded in the Copenhagen framework, aligned with the broader work of the collaborative, that it will support, I think it has been specifically underscored, that it's not just the framework, the Copenhagen framework, but rather implemented at the national as well as local communities, and therefore we would be supporting integration of gender perspective when it is actually implemented on the ground. Third, it's also the documentation of innovations, especially those led by women's rights organizations. I think we all know that this is not something new. For decades, civil society organizations, women rights organizations have been working on this. It's more of systematically and documenting it and highlighting it in the broader global gender data ecosystem, the broader data ecosystem on citizen data, to highlight it. And likewise, support capacity building efforts across CSOs, across governments, and explicitly with feminist organizations. And likewise, to promote not just production, but likewise the use of gender-related, gender-responsive citizen data to drive inclusive and accountable policies. So as we launch this working group, we recognize that demand will continue to evolve, that we are prepared to respond to these evolving needs across a wide range of gender-related issues on citizen data. But based on early engagement with the collaborative as well as with other close partners, a few initial priorities have emerged, and therefore we have identified some initial areas of focus by the working group. First, on the gender-focused data quality assurance framework. Data quality has always been raised in the discussion on citizen data, particularly in the third experts group meeting we had last year, also under the on the margins of the HLPF, and therefore that's also a priority within the working group. Second, the intersection of gender data, data on indigenous peoples and the environment, ensuring their inclusion in climate data-related issues and work. And lastly, sexual harassment, an area where we see citizen data already offers meaningful solutions beyond what traditional violence against women surveys can actually capture. So just to underscore that these are just starting points, that as the working group grows, we expect a diverse and evolving data agenda shaped by the needs and meaningful and innovations of our collective community. And then, so why a dedicated working group on gender within the collaborative on citizen data? So it's really to serve as the go-to platform within the collaborative for integrating gender across the citizen data value chain. Our work, as Francesca mentioned, it definitely aligns with and strengthens the collaborative's broader agenda. For example, there is a broader agenda on data quality. Therefore, embedding a gender lens is likewise part of our work. Second, there are already stock-taking efforts already mentioned by Hao Yi in the identification of priority countries, ensuring that gender data gaps are likewise identified in the stock-taking efforts. Likewise, there's also discussions on successful, sufficient and meaningful engagement of citizens throughout the data value chain. So making sure that feminist and women's rights organizations are likewise a center or at least a part of this citizens engagement efforts. And likewise, in global priorities identified within the collaborative, providing insights and tools grounded in the lived realities of women and girls. So we are proud to already have a diverse and growing membership, despite it being already just launched today. So from CSOs and NSOs to UN agencies and human rights organizations. So we're co-chaired by Open Data Watch, a very close partner of UN Women, with confirmed members from the stakeholder group of persons with disabilities for sustainable development, with thanks to Elizabeth, the IHR, or the Denmark Institute for Human Rights, who's done extensive work with indigenous peoples, Paris 21 through Liliana. We also have UNSD with thanks to Howie. We have UNITAR. I think Elena has joined us remotely, and likewise UNCBD, or Conference on Biodiversity. And we are hoping that Jillian, they have confirmed, and Jillian Campbell is also part of it, and likewise more. There are ongoing coordination, awaiting confirmation from CSOs, from Philippines, from Uruguay, hopefully, and NSOs likewise from Nepal, Samoa, and Kenya. So we will definitely welcome new voices. So if you're working at the intersection of gender and citizen data or want to contribute, we invite you to join us. And with this launch, we take a concrete step toward a more inclusive, responsive, and gender-aware data ecosystem together. So thank you, and I look forward to today's discussions. So I give the floor back to Francesca, who serves as moderator for this session.
Thank you so much, Jessa. And I think, Ramya, if you're online, we have a quick Mentimeter.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen for.
Thank you, Ramya. Before I introduce the speakers.
Is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes, we see the question for everybody in the room. When up, it's gone.
I'm launching the question.
Oh, okay, you launched it. Yes. Okay, I'll read the question. When you think of gender-related citizen data, what does quality mean in your context? That's a packed question. We take what, Ramya, 1 minute?
Yes, we have about 3 minutes. If I could just explain, participants, you are requested to scan the QR code or go to slido.com and enter the code here, which is 6201052. And the question will pop on your mobile screens, and then you could provide your responses so that we're able to see the responses online.
Okay, it's populating, Ramya, so I think context matter.
It's already very telling for our quality assurance work. I didn't have a lot of time there. That's my answer as well. That's my definition. Wow. Because official statistics is always lagging, especially on social.
Francesca, seems like
yes.
you have enough responses.
I think we have a lot of responses, yes.
Yeah, a lot of responses. So this is the word cloud. The font size determines the number of times some of the audiences have responded similar keywords. So for instance, inclusive has been responded by multiple people, which ascertains that this is one of the key quality criteria that they believe that should be considered when we think about gender-related citizen data. Over to you, Francesca.
Thank you. Yeah, I see inclusive, representative, reliable. They also very interesting. Yes, very nice. And this is perfect for me now to introduce the first speaker. Actually, just to say, this session will be sort of in 2 parts. We'll hear after the introduction from myself and Jessa of the working group, we'll hear on data quality, and then we'll stop for Q&As and then go to the panelists. So to introduce the work on gender data quality assurance, I'm very pleased to introduce Professor Monica Pratesi. She's a professor of statistics at the University of Pisa in Italy, but she's also one of the key members of the collaborative since the day one when we were in Bangkok together, when we actually launched this initiative and decided to establish the collaborative. So it's a great pleasure to introduce you, Monica. And Monica, as I said, will talk about the framework that we are proposing to use with a gender focus on data quality. Monica, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sharing the screen. Just a minute. Can you see?
Yeah, we can see well.
Okay.
Presentation mode. Now it's gone.
It's gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go back.
So here I am. So just to say a few words towards data quality.
No, we don't see the presentation anymore.
It was there earlier.
It was there, but then.
When it was already on slideshow, we lost it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me try again. Sorry.
Otherwise, we can share from here. Right? We have Gerald.
Gerald.
And now?
Now we see it. Go to presentation. Perfect. Now it's there.
Perfect. Okay. So good morning, everyone. I'm Monica Pratesi. I'm working now at the University of Pisa, but I have a past in the Italian National Statistical Institute. And I will be sharing insights on how we can move towards data quality in the context of gender-related citizen data, and focusing on credibility, usability, and alignment with global frameworks. This talk explores three core dimensions of data quality: trustworthiness, inclusivity, and utility. And this is done with a gender lens. I'll map these dimensions to the Copenhagen framework for citizen data and highlight concrete examples and protocols that enhance data credibility and impact. So, we need, first of all, to establish a clear premise on the quality dimensions. And this is because, I'm sorry about that, okay. We need to focus on key dimensions of citizen data quality, and then we can address them. And why this? This because we need a flexible definition of quality. It is essential. And I would say that traditional frameworks like total survey error do not always fit non-traditional data sources like citizen data. Citizen data is collected via varied modes, online platforms, mobile apps, participatory mapping, and often involves partnerships between public and private sectors. So we need an accessible, inclusive language of data quality that works for NSOs, CSOs, and communities alike. So let me start with a definition, and then we will use our gender lenses. So what is trustworthiness? It refers to the extent to which data and indicators are perceived as reliable, impartial, accurate, and ethically produced. And we have just seen in the word cloud just projected that many of these words are considered important elements of citizen data quality. But anyhow, why it matters? It matters because stakeholders are more likely to use and act on data they trust. Key elements include, obviously, in this definition, also the use of validated methodologies, transparent data processes, and ethical safeguards. Also, reputation is important. But coming to our gender lens, Trustworthiness is about credibility, transparency, and ethical production. And this is obviously in very good connection with Copenhagen principles of integrity, transparency, and accountability. Just to produce examples, in Kenya and Tanzania, community women leaders collected gender-based violence data, which has been then validated by the national statistical offices. And these practices ensured reliability and built institutional trust grounded in gender-sensitive validation protocols. So, in my opinion, this is what gender-aware integrity looks like in action. So there are examples of trustworthiness seen by gender lenses and with gender lenses. Another dimension that is important is inclusivity. And this has been mentioned many times during this morning. And what it is, it represents the way we use to include diverse realities of all population groups, particularly those who are often marginalized and underrepresented. This is important. This is not only a matter of filling data gaps. It matters because it is obvious that inclusive data ensures that policies and decisions do not leave anyone behind. But this requires the possibility to disaggregate data by sex, age, income, geography, disability, and it requires for participation of vulnerable or minority groups in data processes. So lived experience are fundamental, and this is because this is why I want to underline that inclusivity means recognizing and capturing the diverse lived experience of all population groups. And in countries like Colombia and Uganda, feminist CSOs helped redesign time use surveys, introducing new questions and methodologies that reflect the realities of unpaid care work. So their contributions ensure that citizen data is not only collected about women, but with them. And this is important. Then the third principle, utility. We always understand. And we want to stress that relevance, timeliness, and usability of data are important for decision making, but even high quality data has limited value if it is not used or usable in real world decision making context. So we need that our data be useful. And this means that there is a connection with real policy needs. And an example you will see later better than now, but the Women in Mining Index in Senegal, developed with the Statistical Authority in Senegal and CSOs, turned citizen insights into concrete action, tracking gender inequalities in the extractive sector. So not only gender-based violence, but other examples. And they show that citizen data, when structured and validated, becomes actionable intelligence and not just advocacy. You will see several examples after my talk of this. So trying to map everything I have said to the Copenhagen framework, we see that these case studies align with the Copenhagen principles. So trustworthiness is realized through memorandum of understanding and validation protocols, inclusivity through community-centered design, and utility through integration into national records and SDG monitoring. In few words, gender considerations are not peripheral or something that are not central. They are foundational to credibility and usefulness. So there are many references to what I have just said, but and also the expert group meetings materials on citizen data outcomes. But let me briefly walk through other examples. Kenya, GBV data gathered by women validated by the National Bureau of Statistics. Tanzania, mobile health audits for maternal care. Colombia, feminist insights into time use statistics. Philippines, structured CSO submissions on SDGs. Ethiopia, you will see now, data collection on harassment in schools. And Senegal, Women in Mining Index tracking gender gaps in extractives. So those collaborations show how citizen data, when aligned with NSO standards, are credible, ethical, and inclusive. So we need to cooperate, and NSO should look at CSO's practices, but also vice versa. It should be a shared experience. So in closing, moving towards data quality in citizen data, especially through gender lens, I must say that it is not just about improving measurement. It is about ensuring women's reality-informed decisions and aligning data with both statistical rigor and social justice, I would say. So this is my last word, and I thank you for attention. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Monica. And I'd like to take a moment to take a few questions from the audience before we move to the panel and the case studies. So questions for Monica, but also if anything related to the working group in general that we introduced earlier with Jessa. On the chat? Okay. Let's see if there is anybody here. Otherwise, I go to the chat.
That's a question.
Yeah, Pam. Here, come here.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very interested in the Kenya research that you mentioned about gender-based violence. I'm working on research as well, looking at gender-based violence. So my question is, how do you include persons with disabilities and ensure that this is disaggregated in this research and ensure that disability is disaggregated accurately? And how do you work with women with disabilities in this research or data collection and ensure that women with disabilities are leading the data collection? So I think this is a very important point, because what you're talking about generally with citizen data is excellent. But I really think when we look at inclusivity, we have to ensure that we're not working in silos and separately, but we have to work together from the very beginning. And so I'm very interested in how you're doing that from the perspective of women with disabilities in the case of Kenya or other cases. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pam and Elizabeth for the question. I don't see, yeah, I have Kate and Joe, and then I'll move to the chat. I'll take this to Kate, over to you.
Oh, thank you. I'm Kate Caldwell. I'm from the Center on Racial and Disability Justice. And to sort of build off that question as well, one thing that keeps coming up is it being women-led. And so then it raises for me immediately the question of how it's going to be inclusive of LGBT individuals, particularly within communities like the disability community, where we actually see a higher number of non-binary and trans individuals who are disabled. And so if we're going to be truly inclusive and intersectional, it immediately raises that question for me as well.
Thank you, Kate. Joe?
Thanks very much. I'm Jo Crawford from the Equality Insights Program. My question is coming in from, I guess, from a bit more of an economic perspective, and it's related to the question of the criteria about quality and the concern that I have more generally in the space of inclusive data, that there's a failure to fully account for the costs of what you don't have. And so there's a lot of focus on rigor and quality in new things being collected, less concern always with the costs and lack of quality driven by failure to be representative of some of the data sources that are presently existing and being collected. By way of a concrete example, while the disruption of the demographic and health survey is significant and problematic from a range of perspectives, women over 50 are not visible in that data set. So that's but by design, systemic gap. And so I guess my question is, as we're thinking about the quality criteria to assess the relevance of citizen data, what is the attention to that kind of general question about the concern with quality in the things that are being developed to address gaps, but not necessarily always with the gaps in the things that exist currently? I don't know if that's clear enough. I guess my question is really about the extent to which the quality criteria is taking account of whether the data that is being developed or assessed, the new data sources, citizen data sources, are addressing gaps in things that already exist, but the costs of which are not sufficiently valued in the way in which we're assessing the contributions of different kinds of data sources. I think I'm seeing, Francesca, that you're looking blank, like I'm being too complicated. It's the different valuations of what we have versus what we're developing, and criteria that sometimes applied to the new versus the existing. And is there a way, maybe I should pose it a question, is there a way in which that value of addressing a problem can be valued in to the criteria set that's being developed? Thanks.
What you're saying is actually adding the price tag to the quality, in a sense, to the quality criteria, to the dimensions. The trade-off.
Opportunity cost. Trade-off and opportunity cost.
Yes, yeah? Exactly.
And whether the opportunity cost, which of what is missing, and that's the thing, it's very hard to value what's missing, but I do think it's an important part of understanding the relative value and worth of some of the citizen data contributions in the landscape and constellation of existing data.
I think it goes, I'll ask Monica to address that, it goes under the utility bit of the three pieces in your framework. But let me stop here before I move to the chat, because I think we have collected a lot, Monica, for you to respond, but also to say that we're also moving into the discussion on intersectionality, both from Pam and Kate, which is after lunch, we'll be able to go and dive deeper into that. But Monica, over to you.
Yeah, okay. First of all, I must say that inclusivity is a very important principle, but I must say also that we are in charge of opening the window on reality, and this must be done together with civil society organizations. Otherwise, it is not possible. I mean, there is an issue that is that always, speaking from the perspective of national statistical offices, I must say that they need to know the world as it is, first of all. Otherwise, they in principle are not able to design and collect useful data. So the reason why there is the need of a cooperation with the civil society organizations, this is my opinion now, but I think that we can build on this opinion, is that they are the eyes, the wide eyes that NSOs can have, must have, in order to include all the aspects and groups of the operating real life situations, like just to make an example, the problem of disability and the inclusion of the disabled persons in the data collection. I think that we can work towards sharing protocols and building on dialogue and sharing experiences. Otherwise, we are not going very far in quality, because quality it is important, but it is in the eye of the beholder. And so we need to move towards a transparency and would say rigor in the definition of the criteria used to collect data. Otherwise, even data on specific groups are not useful if they are not explainable in some way. So we need to work towards making this clear, first of all. So the error profile of data, because data are always affected by errors, in few words. We need to know which error can be found in the data and how to work to cope with this error. And this must be in the most transparent way we know. Otherwise, we are not exploring reality, but we are running the risk to hide reality, and this is not what we want to have in our quality profile.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. I think Jessa also wants to add.
Yes, just to quickly add to the point made by Katie and our colleague on the point on the disability. So on gender-based violence within UN Women, through our Ending Violence Against Women section, there have been efforts to likewise compile information on gender-based violence experienced by people with diverse sexual orientation and gender identities. And I think also likewise for persons with disabilities, violence against women experienced by women and girls during COVID with disabilities. So I think that's also something. But I think while these efforts are being undertaken, I think it points to the bigger issue. It points to the bigger concern that how systematic are we able to document all of these innovations and provide all this practical guidance and then tools. And I think that's the rationale why sexual harassment, for example, in sexual harassment, probably particularly from LGBTIQ plus or persons with disabilities, is something that we will address with more intentionality moving forward.
Thank you so much, Jessa. And I'd like now to turn to questions from the chat and pass it over to Raquel, who's been monitoring that.
Thank you. We have very good questions in the chat, actually, but I'll just focus on a couple of them now, and then we'll come back. The first one, maybe Monica can help us answer. It's related to gender data, citizen data, and health. So again, this component of intersectionality, and it's related to how data quality can then support with redistribution of power. So the question is, in many low resource settings, gender data initiatives struggle with power asymmetries between funders, governments, and local communities. So how can citizen-led data efforts actually redistribute this power in health decision-making? But we can also think more broadly, to ensure the voices of people, especially marginalized women, such as rural, indigenous women, actually help shape these health data systems, and they also help policy responses. So that's one. And another one that I have for maybe both you, Jessa and Francisca, is there's a lot of interest in joining the citizen data working groups. So how can other organizations, especially working with LGBTQ plus communities, people with disabilities, and health data, how can they join the working group?
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, they can join the working group just by letting us know, and I think we can put and share on the chat our email addresses, so or the citizen data generic address. Either way, it would work, and we're happy to expand. In fact, we're looking for new members to expand and have good representation. So thank you so much for that. But let me then turn over to Monica to address the real difficult questions.
Yeah, they are very big
Monica,
question, very challenging. So intersectionality, if we want to build, we must have a goal that is a data ecosystem, gender data ecosystem. So if this is the goal, it is obvious that we need intersectionality. We can't consider only gender as a classification in tables, in statistical, in tables of statistical data. This is not what we are going to do. We need to work towards intersectionality. And this means that we have to balance the power that each single group can have in producing data on its own target. This is not easy, never, especially today, because today we are producing data even if we are not aware of producing data on ourselves, on our behaviors, and so on. Social media are giving us a visibility that to us and to our behavior, a visibility that was not possible before in the past years. So this opened the discussion on the data ownership. So data, even if the digital ones, are owned by citizens, and they can donate them or not, or work with them through civil society organizations. And so civil society organizations are in between, I would say, the citizen in the broader sense of the word and the data production. Citizens can donate their data to everyone if they want, but they need to be aware that the data are their data and they can donate them or keeping them for themselves. This is it seems not completely related to the issues we are facing now, but instead they are completely related. So I would say that the problem of intersectionality and the redistribution of power in the data value chain should be addressed considering the data property and the data donation mechanism. This is something that we can explore building on what we call data literacy or statistical literacy. And this is why e-learning is very important. This is why courses and MOOC are very important to talk about data ownership, data property, and how we can share this ownership through donation. This means that we must be aware and we should work towards the building of awareness through, I would say, education and training. So I don't know, maybe I have addressed the issue and not given a specific reply, but I think that we should reflect on all these issues, mentioned issues. Thank you for the question, anyhow.
Thank you, Monica. And I think there was also a question earlier in the previous session on the issue of extraction and to what extent are also citizens able, even if they co-create the initiative, to what extent are they able to have full ownership and control of how data are used, and that's it's part of the Copenhagen framework, and we have the 13 principles that are there just for that, to ensure. But of course, it's also how you implement it and how you have the quality assurance, to make sure that you follow all those principles. So a lot more to discuss, but unfortunately, I don't want to take time from the second part of this session that will go over some of the case studies, and we'll also hear from Liliana on the participation for transformation model. So I'll thank Monica again. Hope you can stay for the rest of the session because there might be more Q&As later on. So first I'd like to introduce Liliana. You're online. I know it's getting very late for you.
Yes, I'm still there. Thanks.
Thank you, Liliana Sukhodolska from Paris 21. You already heard from her. She will present Participation for Transformation Model from Paris 21. And then we'll hear about 3 case studies, Ethiopia, Senegal, and Mexico. But first, Liliana, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Francesca, and hello, everyone. Liliana Suchodolska, team lead of the Inclusive Gender Data Ecosystem team at Paris 21. Those who don't know Paris 21, it's a partnership for statistics, for the development of statistics in the 21st century. We are hosted at the OECD in Paris, but we work with low and middle income countries, national statistical systems. So we engage primarily national statistical offices in capacity building activities, and we advocate for more funding for data and statistics. And we see the engagement of civil society, especially in case of supporting gender data as a key initiative. So those of you who have seen me in the previous session, you may think we are just sitting here and developing frameworks or e-learning courses. Well, just to inform you, most of our time is actually spent working with countries, and same goes to UN Women with whom we have developed this framework, because it has been based really on substantive materials and country work that we have put in place so far during our 2-year collaboration. And it really I hope it's going to inspire some of discussions that we have all here heard in the room so far. But let's go to the substance. So participation for transformation of gender data. This framework is building a frame for understanding of why it matters to bring civil society to the ecosystem of gender data that Monica has introduced in her presentation, and that we all, I think, of us here in the room are really the believers in the power of civil society in actually advancing the agenda of gender equality. But we also recognize the need of actually bridging many communities, and therefore we really want to transform how gender data is produced, is used, and is reused. And that's very much in line with the Copenhagen framework with participation and civil society data. So a bit of a rationale of why we are doing that. So the concept of participation, bringing citizens and communities into policymaking is not new. Some of the academics will agree that there is actually a lot of research and practice already in the 80s of last century. So this has been really a holy grail. And probably we have to start over and over again, because we know how difficult it is, how much change management it requires, and transformative actions, and advocacy, and various actions at all levels of intervention that we can imagine. But for now, we can come up with the particular problems when it comes to gender data. We of course, we have heard ad nauseum about gender data gaps. And we know that this is in fact very much owing to the presence and advocacy and tireless efforts of civil society actors who come and nudge and demand accountability when it comes to problems that affect women and people of various gender identities, LGBTQI. And we know that it's thanks to them that these voices are being heard, and that these problems are being put on the radar of substantive frameworks such as SDGs and other monitoring frameworks. Second issue I want to flag here is that gender data as such has no house in government settings. So when we think of data, it's usually for NSOs. However, NSOs, initially they have no particular rarely they have particular, division that would be housing all of the gender problems that you can find in data. You have demographic statistics, but we know gender is not only about demographic or social statistics. It's also about education. It's also about economy. It's about environment and so on. So bringing that gender awareness to the House of Statistics office is one challenge. The second one is that you may think, okay, there is probably a ministry in charge of women's affairs in most of the countries. Yes, but then data per se is not necessarily seen as a huge asset of transformation still in many countries. So bridging these two communities already is a bit of a challenge. We know, of course, the story of administrative data exchange between the two institutions and the data literacy of ministries, the lack of actually data or staff in charge of data in ministries and so on, and the very prioritization of gender issues in governments. So we believe that really the civil society participation can bring additional momentum into bridging those two silos. Gender data production and use need to be bridged. I think many of you have seen the gender data value chain that was developed by Open Data Watch and Data2X, which really nicely presents that gender data has to be addressed at all various stages. From actually conception to the actual use of that data, and the use, and especially has been something that Paris 21, but also UN Women has been studying very much recently, recognizing that data produced doesn't mean that that data has been used by a policymaker to design policies or prepare budgets. So understanding how data are used and in which conditions, but also what makes data usable, who are the actors that amplify data, that's also part of this conceptualization here. The final, each country must undertake their journey towards gender equality at their pace, and that requires collaboration of national stakeholders. So we are regularly consulting civil society organizations through our country work, through our knowledge development work, and we get to appreciate that still in many countries, gender is considered a top-down parachuted idea, whereas it's not coming necessarily from the ground, if you want. And that's sometimes a message we hear from statistics offices. And we also know that, today, all discussions around statistics are about AI. And so very often when a policymaker wants to address their problem, they may not necessarily think of consulting their own constituencies on the ground, but instead they would type a question in ChatGPT, right? So how can we make sense of that particular road that countries can undertake, at the same time knowing that we can hear the brief on our back of the AI, of the need to digitalize, of the need of actually getting information faster, better, and so on. Where is the actual voice of those left behind on this radar? So for the need of transformation, we know about the gender data value chain, but I also wanted to bring to your attention the gender data capacity concept, which has been introduced last year also through our work with UN Women, where the gender data outlook specifies the need of looking at gender data enabling environment, production, but also dissemination and accessibility, because that is not a given, and that facilitates that uptake of gender data and the actual use, so the patterns, the enablers of gender data use that we are studying currently. Secondly, public institutions' interaction with civil society. So that's a very long story of trust, of openness, of bureaucratic approaches to actually engaging in any dialogue with citizens, and that's differs really from country to country. But we hope that with this framework we can also identify some potential entries on when that can potentially happen. Thirdly is the civil society organizations data practices. So, and that has been addressed by Monica, but also others. There is a huge capacity building need for civil society, apart from, of course, even greater need for resources to help them introduce or implement scientifically robust, data practices, even very basic. We've seen statistics offices even providing guidance on building a very basic Excel spreadsheet on very basic data of participation for a civil society. So one can start small, one can start big. We know civil society are very heterogeneous organizations. They can be transnational, they can be very local, grassroots organisms. So we also need to take stock of that when we provide guidance for countries. Our own understanding of evidence, we are increasingly in the statistical community talking about qualitative data, of data storytelling, and also making sense and evaluating quality of that data. So ONS UK, I think, is also one of the trailblazing statistics offices where qualitative data is being considered as a valid evidence finally, and that I think also opens doors for civil society presence in the statistical value chain where because of the nature of data that they produced primarily. So
sorry,
yes.
Sorry, Liliana, to interrupt you. Apologies, but we're really a little bit behind time. If you can
wrapping up.
Wrapping up. Yeah, wrap it up
yes.
quickly. Thank you so much.
So 3 categories of participation: engagement, involvement, and empowerment, recognizing that particular journey that countries can choose to advance gender data. That is also presented in the framework, and you can dive deep of why this matters to start small or start deep, depending on what is the capacity of those who undertake the initiative. We have flagged participatory moments in the data value chain, some of the good practices of mapping stakeholders, of spotting data use patterns, of policy dialogue, and so on, so that they are also at your disposal when you consult the framework. And there is also maybe, I hope you'll find it useful, a matrix of actually data value chain stages and categories of action, of engagement, involvement, and empowerment, where you can consult some of the examples existing online and see how various countries have been implementing this type of participation. So thank you so much for your attention. Please consult the framework. Please ask questions. We are so excited to be here to present that work, and we really hope for a very meaningful discussion. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Liliana. That was great, and sorry to rush you, but we still have to go through the case studies. We're really running behind, and I'm afraid I'll have to take a little bit of your time from the lunch break to complete the session. I'm happy now to introduce Ramia, who will who's been with us, and I must acknowledge the fact that it's really, really late for Ramia, late into the night. And Ramia Imandi from UN Women, she will present 2 case studies, one from Senegal and one from Ethiopia. Ramia, you have the floor. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Francesca, and also thank you to the organizers for providing me with the opportunity to present. These case studies are specially compiled by Florencia meticulously. I'm presenting the first 2, she'll come in later. So, okay, I'll be skipping this slide. This is what we have been discussing from session 1 to session 2 up till now. So the importance of citizen data and how it can cater to gender data gaps. Straight away getting into the first case study, which is the Ethiopia study, which was both flagged by Monica as well as one of the cases from Liliana's presentation. One of the key challenges that Ethiopia was facing was they were trying to institutionalize gender data capacity. Very recently, their national priority has been gender equality and women empowerment. And considering that, and then they have realized that some of the capacities are not really strong in terms of collecting and using gender data, which is why this project has come up. UN Women Ethiopia, along with the CSO International Institute of Rural Reconstruction, they launched a capacity building project in 2021. You'll see that some of the outcomes were so interesting and had a ripple effect that they had launched it once again in 2024. So the capacity building basically started with a baseline assessment where they realized among the 75 CSOs that they questioned or assessed, that 98% of them did not know what citizen data was, although they were collecting a lot of information. So it was important for building those capacities in terms of streamlining the definition, understanding the same framework and the wavelength in terms of collecting and using this particular data. So starting off from there, they developed together, both UN Women and the CSO together had developed the guidelines on citizen data, and then they used relevant training materials to capacitate the CSOs. The first set of trainings were conducted to 15 CSOs. And what's interesting in this is instead of just having one directional, they kind of cascaded the effect by letting the CSOs who've been trained to further train the other CSOs, which had a lot of ripple effect. This ripple effect did not end at just capacity building alone. What went ahead was they piloted 2 communities of practice, and very relevant, especially considering the sensitivity around the communities of practice in Addis Ababa and Bahirdar, where the CSOs had collected information on sexual harassment in schools and the gender-based violence among commercial sex workers. And the key findings revealed really high rates, shockingly, on gender-based violence among the sexual sex workers. Also, the strong participation from the schoolgirls in terms of sharing information on sexual harassment. So these were quite revealing, but also it ensured that the right collaboration allowed to identify right information. This is almost like a win-win situation where the sensitivity of the data was tackled by the CSOs and the monitoring was done by the NSO, Ethiopian Statistical Systems, where they ensure the capacity to the CSOs in rightfully collect the data. So it was a great collaboration effort that came front. Eventually, 3 major outcomes can be talked about. One is you saw the communities of practice. Second, the capacity building among the CSOs increased. And third, the gender accountability framework was developed and institutionalized, which kind of led to their gender equality and women empowerment efforts. Okay, now the second case study, which is from Senegal. This is again a very interesting case study. You know very well the kind of disproportional effects on women coming from working in the mining industry, especially in terms of health, economic, and environmental impacts. They have to face the negative impacts, but at the same time, women's concerns, perspectives, and interests are quite often neglected. Although there are a lot of policies like the EITI, which is the Transparency Initiative in extractive industry, allows certain level of benefits to women, but women did not really know because they did not know where they fare, at what level do they fare at. So for this reason, UN Women in Senegal partnered with Women in Mining Senegal, which is again a network of CSOs, to develop and pilot a gender index in the extractive sector. So this index, what it essentially did was it assessed women's working conditions in the mining sector and to measure and track gender inequalities in terms of working conditions, wages, and participation in decision making. It floated around 5 dimensions. I mean, I can share the details later, but keeping it short, considering the time. Um, One of the key highlights of this was that how structured or clerical the data collection process was. This was mainly possible because of the collaboration with the NSO, ANSD from Senegal, because they ensured that the data also had a sampling strategy. They had two-stage random sampling. They targeted the geographic areas which were focused on mining areas, and the methods involved both quantitative method, which is survey collection, but also qualitative data method such as key informant, KIIs, FCDs, FGDs. But what's more important is because the state actors and the non-state actors have come together in such a way, they formed a technical working group. And this working group ensured the data quality in the entire data collection process. You can see the list here, but just to highlight a few in-depth training, the qualitative methods used proper tools like CS Pro for collecting data. There were regular cross-checking of data. There was also validation of data at the community level. There was field level control. So all this has led to having proper information collected ethically and ensuring the sensitivity that is required while collection of the data. So at the end, the main outcomes were um, very how could I say, the outcomes had large impact. It gathered national level action. It influenced parliamentary debates. It had local budgeting from at the municipal governments, which led to this budget specifically for women empowerment. The compliance with EITI standards were adhered to. The collaboration led to a point where the CSO who led this entire initiative became a permanent member of the multi-party gender committee at the National Statistical System. And ultimately, the capacity building was also taken care of in the process of data collection. All the necessary local bodies and the CSOs were capacitated to further collect data. So these are two such cases, but I'm sure there are many out there that we would want to hear. So we welcome you to share your personal experiences or the experiences that you might have seen in your countries, and we would love to take it forward, especially in the working group of gender and citizen data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramya. And thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to Florencia Serrale. Florencia Serrale is actually the expert who is behind all the case studies conducted by the collaborative, and she's worked very extensively on several of them. So it's my great pleasure to give you the floor. Florencia, also getting very late for you. Over to you.
Yeah, exactly. Hi, everyone. I'm not sure if Ramya, are you still sharing the screen or because I can only see my face? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, let me share the screen.
Okay,
I was
thank you.
about to ask you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Florencia Serrale. I'm going to walk you through one case study in Mexico. This is the National Survey on Gender Diversity. It was implemented by INEGIS, which is the NSO in Mexico. This is a probabilistic survey launched in 2021. It focuses on individuals age 15 and older who self-identify as LGBTQI+. And this was the first time in Mexico to have such a data collection effort of official statistics on sexual and gender diversity at a national scale. So the main goal of NDSEG, this is the acronym of the survey, was to provide evidence to design inclusive public policy, but also to address gaps to uphold LGBTQI rights. And since its inception, INEGI worked in close collaboration with CONAPRED, which is the National Council to Prevent Discrimination. And this partnership helped reach out and work closely with civil society organizations, with academics, with LGBTI communities to design the survey, and also to ensure an inclusive process, to support outreach efforts, and to build trust with respondents. The survey used several innovative practices to ensure accessibility. For example, sensitive questions were answered through an audio-assisted system. INEGI also decided that all interviewers should be women to help build a sense of safety and also comfort for respondents to share their live experience of discrimination, for example. And the survey covered three main dimensions. First, housing and living conditions. Secondly, some socio-demographic factors, including gender identity, income, ethnicity, and disability. And third, it covered aspects such as emotional and mental health, personal satisfaction, and experiences of this discrimination. And this third part, as I mentioned, was audio assisted. INEGI used their track record experience in producing statistics, but also a mixed method approach to expand the coverage. So for instance, in 2022, they launched NDSEG Web, which is an online non-probabilistic version. So both surveys are not, let's say, they should be analyzed separately due to sampling to expand participation. And among the key findings of NDSEG, for example, 5% of people age 15 identified as LGBTQI+. Nearly a third of respondents informed workplace discrimination. Over 1 in 4 reported having experienced suicidal thoughts. So this survey also alarmed on the situation of the LGBTQI+ population in Mexico. Regarding the online survey, it had 14,000 respondents. For INEGI, it was the greatest effort and online participation, and it had more data because the participation was increased for younger and urban LGBTI individuals. And these findings were used by CSOs and government entities, for example, to inform reforms and laws both at the federal and state levels in Mexico. And this case study is interesting because it demonstrated how an NSO can lead a citizen data initiative and also exchange their engagement beyond public consultations. Throughout this case study, we see an NSO demonstrating its capacity of both a producer and a steward of citizen data. And moving forward, INEGI is now planning a second survey edition, and they are also planning to add new questions on political participation and experiences of violence. And let me quickly walk you through what we have found on the rest of the case studies, because they are also relevant for this panel. The two cases presented by Ramya and the Mexican case are part of a research that we are conducting at the Collaborative. So over the past months, we documented 8 case studies from Africa, Asia, Europe, and Latin America. You can all see them in the map. For the sake of time, I'm not able to specifically talk you about the rest of the 5 case studies, but this research focused on data initiatives that center the voices of marginalized populations excluded or invisible in official statistics, and this include LGBTQ persons, people with disabilities, indigenous communities, women minors, and waste speakers. And I will, next slide, please. I will quickly mention some of the learnings of this analysis. First of all, in terms of enablers of citizen data projects, and we have discussed, all the panelists have talked about this, the importance of collaboration across different sectors, but also within the data ecosystem to produce reliable citizen data. A second enabler is engaging communities in early stages and reaching out to grassroots actors, which play a key role, and they bridge They are a bridge between citizen data producers and communities. Also, citizen data projects that have been successful, they leverage tools to build inclusive processes like the audio interviews I was mentioning, service in local languages, accessible formats, compensating people for their time to be there and to respond, but also to participate in data use and production, and also ensuring accessibility of spaces, of platforms, to make sure everyone can use the data. And for example, just to mention two cases, the indigenous navigator in Nepal and the profiling of people with disabilities in the Philippines are great examples on how an inclusive process can also help ensure that everyone is engaged and no one is left behind. Then the collaboration with the NSOs. For instance, the case studies that reach out to NSOs, for example, in the case of Senegal, improve data quality and it also ensure that the experiences of vulnerable groups were reflected in official statistics. Finally, the political will and institutional support are essential to make these initiatives sustainable. They also help turn citizen data into actionable insights. They also support laws. They create better services. For example, we have seen in Bangladesh with implementation of community scorecards with marginalized populations, how they local governments actually improve services, and they also enhance social inclusion. In terms of challenges, there are some barriers, of course, to the development and sustainability of citizen data project. First of all, trust is still a major concern when it comes to citizen data. We need to overcome skepticism and increase reliability, and this is why it's important to host open and honest dialogues and spaces between NSOs and CSOs to build confidence in the data production processes. Financial sustainability also remains a challenge. In many of the case studies that we have looked at, these projects face short timelines, limited funding, and some of them insufficient digital infrastructure that can limit the scaling up of these initiatives. Data assurance is also key, so NSOs should also lead the development of tools and methods that can ensure quality, proper sampling, and sound data collection practices. Using methods can strengthen citizen data production, and this was the case of many initiatives that we looked at. But for example, in the case of waste pickers in Colombia, they combined quantitative data with community-based approaches, for example, to reach out to women that were not interviewed in the survey that was implemented, but then they could also reflect their life experiences and expand the citizen data produced. Finally, meaningful engagement is strongest at the start, so in data collection and survey design, but tends to weaken during data use and feedback. So we need to find ways to maintain and deepen meaningful participation throughout the entire process. And next slide, please. Finally, some quick reflections.
Sorry,
yes,
Florencia, if you can really speed it up a little bit,
yes,
because we're like 15 minutes behind. Thank you.
Yes, so recommendations: formalizing partnerships, the importance of building local capacities and data skills, as well as data governance models. This was something mentioned by Monica. The need to design inclusive and accessible tools and methods. Then addressing data quality concerns, securing sustainable funding, and finally sharing real impact stories that can showcase why citizen data matters, and to encourage others and encourage more support from NSOs and public actors. Thank you so much. This is all I had for you today.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry to have to rush you, but we're so behind schedule. But all those PowerPoints, of course, are available for people to. There's a lot also of text that you can read, and of course we have also questions on the chat that I'm hoping Raquel was able to address. And please stay in touch with us. We can continue the discussion, and we can also, for those in the room, continue the discussion during lunch. But before we break for lunch, I'd like to give the floor to Aoi for some concluding remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, well, just a few minutes. At the opening of PAPA, of course, we heard how important citizen data is for leaving no one behind, especially for women and girls and the marginalized population groups and intersection, or those suffering from intersectional vulnerability. How important it is to have inclusive, rights-based, gender-inclusive policies and data, especially under the current shrinking landscape of financing for data and statistics. So that's the first point. Second point, I would like to congratulate the launch of the group, working group on gender and citizen data. And then that your commitment to respond to current and evolving priorities. Noted down the 3 priority areas of work: gender-focused data quality assurance framework, climate change, and sexual harassment. And this work will, we're happy to see this, it will strengthen and also align with the collaborative work. And you already have a wider group of contribution, and you invite broad interest to join the group. So there has already been interest in the chat and from the participation of this session. So then we went to Monica and talk about data quality work with the gender lens and focus. It's extremely important. This work is extremely important to really also not only for the gender group, and we really hope to benefit from this work for our work, and because at the collaborative we are working on a guideline or guidance on data quality for citizen data. So, and we will really benefit from the Monica's experience, expertise, and also from the gender and citizen data working group. We've seen case studies, and there are CSO driven, NSO driven, but 3 things: partnership is important, participation of citizens are important, and then they all have impact, which is extremely important. Very happy to hear the case studies, and then huge thanks to the Hewlett Foundation that supported such case studies, that has 8 case studies and also a synthesis report that are going to come up very soon, that you already hear a little bit from Florencia. Thank you, Florencia, for working on the case studies. We will have all these reports launched very soon. So all the summary points from Florencia on the enabling environment, the challenges, the lessons learned, and these are extremely informative and helpful for the work of the collaborative, for us to set priorities and also to bring all these learnings into our methodological guide and to work with countries. So with that, I would like to conclude my summary. Thank you. Oh yes, lunch. Until what time? Sorry. Where's the agenda? Intersectionality. 2 o'clock. Yes. So we're on a lunch break. So whoever spoke longer time, and you're guilty for cutting people's lunch time. 2 o'clock, you have to be back, and for our online colleagues, 2 p.m. Eastern time, we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, Elizabeth. Can you hear me? I need to test my audio. Can you hear me? Thelma, can you hear me? Yeah? Okay.
Can you perhaps let me speak? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so sound's working, right?
started. Thank you.
Hello, this is the interpreter speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Is it, Elizabeth, is it possible to spotlight Lorna and, I mean, the signers, the people from the panel, so we just see how it looks on the video, please?
We're doing that now.
Like spotlighting.
It will be
Thanks.
Lauren will be spotlighted.
Yeah, this one?
Okay, great.
So, like where I am right now, it will be Lauren. Can you test, Natasha, can you speak?
Can you hear me speaking? 1, 2, 3,
Yes.
testing. Yes.
Perfect.
Good. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, I think we are okay to start. Great. Thank you everyone for joining us. I'm Heather Page with UNSD, and we are beginning session 3, which is on intersectional and disability data sources for more equitable and inclusive data systems. And we're delighted to be here with you all in person and online. So as part of this, we have a part 1 and a part 2. So for part of our first session, part 1 of this session, we'll set the scene by introducing the concept of intersectionality with a specific focus on how it relates to qualitative data. So just a few housekeeping items. This event will be recorded. International sign interpretation and captions are provided. The international sign interpreter is spotlighted, and the captions are available by clicking on the closed caption box on the bottom of the screen. So this is a hybrid event, and for those following online, please pose questions at any time in the chat. And because we tend to not have a whole lot of time for Q&A, we will also collect a lot of those questions in case they are not able to be answered live, and we'll pass them to the speakers as well. So without further ado, I will pass over to Francesca Perucci from Open Data Watch, who will set the scene on intersectionality and citizen data. Thanks so much.
Am I on? Yes. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Heather, and welcome back from your lunch, and welcome to the newcomers for the afternoon session. The room has changed a little bit since the morning, and I'll introduce the general ideas behind intersectionality and how we framed it and how we plan to do the work within the collaborative. Just to say that Elizabeth Lockwood and myself are leading the work together for this work stream of the collaborative on citizen data. And I have a PowerPoint, and I'd like to show a few slides just to put things a little bit in perspective. The reason why we talk about intersectionality, well, the idea behind this, the approach to intersectionality, and especially when it comes to data, is there was a strong push, as you probably know, during at the beginning of after the agenda for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted with the new principle of leaving no one behind. There was a strong push for data disaggregation, we used to call it back then. I think we moved away quickly from the idea of data disaggregation, and we now talk more broadly about inclusive data systems. So really looking at the way people experience their lives and at the intersection of different aspects and different identities, and how data and data solutions can address those ideas. And can I have this PowerPoint?
Yeah. Oh, is the one?
No.
Raquel said it's still being uploaded.
Oh, still being uploaded. Okay. And anyway, so what do we mean when we say intersectionality? It's really about understanding people's lives and how they experience their lives as a result of their multiple identities. And we've had already a discussion this morning in the two previous sessions on, even when you look at gender, of course, there are so many other aspects that come into place. And similarly, when you look at particular groups that have been often marginalized or misrepresented in data, for instance, LGBTQ+, they have often been invisible in data. But even within that group, there are multiple identities, right? There can be indigenous groups. There can be coming, from specific parts of the country that are more isolated, or there can be so many other aspects that go and intersect with those identities. So that's the reason why we focus on intersectionality. And at ODW, we have actually developed a framework to help us understand, and it will come up in a moment. Is it coming up or not? No. No, okay. I'll try to describe the framework that we have come up with without the PowerPoint. But basically what we look at data, and we look at the different dimensions that you measure with the data. And then we look at how those can serve the different policy issues that you need to tackle, and how you can bring together those different dimensions to address those policy issues. And then we look at the impact you can have with those data. So basically you have four pillars that underpinning the framework. The first pillar is about availability of data. So what data solutions do you need to have those data? And then how you ensure the strong link between those data and the policy issues, how you empower people and citizens. And again, we talked about that this morning, to really have agency in data, and how you build then a data system that ensures impact. So that's a framework. If we had the PowerPoint, you will see how we represented that, and how we have represented that also along the data value chain, from collection to publication to uptake to impact. And then at each of those phases, when we take an inclusive data approach and we focus on intersectionality, there are different concrete steps that need to be taken at each of those phases. For instance, the first phase on data collection, it's very important to work with those relevant groups on which we are producing the data. So together with the groups decide and have this agency to really, and feel empowered to really determine what needs to be measured and how it is going to be measured. And then you go to the publication side, the analysis and the release and the dissemination of the data. And again, there, it's very important that all those principles that we've been discussing this morning, for citizen data, for instance, are applied so that the citizens and the particular groups that are participating in the data production have their data privacy protected. They have ownership of the data, etc. So, and as you move along the data value chain, you'll see that all those different phases, the concept of agency and having control of data, and having control how data are disseminated, how data are also used, and to the extent that they have impact. Oh, we have the PowerPoint now. Okay. So that was the framework, and this is the data. This was the framework that I was explaining earlier, and this is the data value chain. And as you see, at every stage, it's important that citizens have agency. And these are the pillars I was referring to earlier, the inclusive policies, the data agencies, and the equitable data systems. The way we have approached this within the collaborative is really to look at what data systems we have to ensure that we really have the data to help us reduce inequality and to promote social justice. And what we have, of course, we see that data systems remain very inadequate to address those issues, and we need to really work towards creating solutions for intersectional data. Some basic requirements that I like to highlight is that we need data that really capture the lived experiences of individuals, especially looking at the intersecting of these different social identities. But we need the concepts and definitions that help us and allow us to do so, because often statisticians, I'm a statistician myself, coming from a very traditional background as statisticians, we have concepts and definitions that are very sort of predefined with very old approaches that are hard to change, right? So it's really rethinking those concepts and those definitions. And then we have tools, we need tools so that for citizens to really be empowered and become agents in data, increasing the use of participatory and inclusive approaches and innovative data solutions. So we really need to think differently and change those older and more traditional approaches, including when it comes to data governance and having new approaches to empower people to have control of their data and to participate in the overall governance of data systems. And then finally, increasing accessibility. And when I talk about accessibility, it's really having data access for all, including those that are have disability issues, but also language barriers and many other aspects that might make accessibility a little bit more different. a little bit more difficult. Now, how can we build these data systems for intersectionality? I'd like to mention two of the main work streams. One, of course, is ourselves, the citizen data, and within the collaborative, how we work to really develop those tools for engagement and for citizens to really have agency over data. How we can collect the data using mixed methods, and I'm sure Kate will talk a lot about qualitative data, and how we build the principles and the data governance to empower citizens. But the first block refers to new work done also on household surveys. So ways to also improve the traditional data collection methods to make them more participatory and to allow us to introduce that intersectional approach to data. So identifying the needs, as I was saying earlier, when you look at the data value chain, really making sure that the data you collect are the data that are relevant to the people that are included in the process. And managing the data collection and sampling, questionnaire design, data collection with ethical consideration, and then of course all that also applies to data analysis and dissemination. And then finally, I'd like to say a few words about what we're doing. As I mentioned, we have this work stream on intersectionality. We are producing guidance on intersectionality and citizen data. It's actually almost completed, so hopefully we'll be able to share soon with the broader collaborative. We have already a very extensive guidance on qualitative data that also includes the aspects related to quality of qualitative data that you'll hear in a moment about. And then finally, we have a guidance on making surveys accessible that was developed by UNSD and colleagues working on household surveys. And I'll stop here and give it back to you, Heather.
Thank you so much, Francesca. I really appreciate you setting the scene, even without slides, but the slides were also great to reinforce a lot of these concepts and information that we will delve into a bit more in this session. So thank you so much. I will now pass the floor to Elizabeth Lockwood from CBM Global, who will talk about intersectionality data and current projects with a focus on persons with disabilities. You have about 5 minutes. Oh, I'll be short. Thank you, Heather. I'm very pleased to be here. And persons with disabilities are inherently intersectional. So we find it very important to focus on persons with disabilities in this work. And persons with disabilities make up 16% of the global population. So we're talking about quite a significant chunk of people. Linked to this intersectionality guide that we're developing via the collaborative, we are producing a report with Open Data Watch and Francesca on persons with disabilities and intersectional data. And we have 3 case studies, and one of them is with Lauren, who will present later. And then we have 2 others. They were led by organizations of persons with disabilities, and they use intersectional data practices in their data collection. And I'll just briefly talk about one because we don't have a lot of time. An organization called Culture Center for the Deaf in Mongolia collected interviews with deaf women, over 100 deaf women, on gender-based violence for deaf women in Mongolia. And they did use intersectionality because this was quite important to see if this impacted the findings. And interestingly, what they found was that age, background, education, and location did not impact gender-based violence, but that it could happen to any deaf woman anywhere at any level, any kind of background. So I think that's very important and very important for policy change in Mongolia. And now there are more questionnaires more broadly for women with disabilities, similar to this one, being carried out. And so I think this is an excellent example of data to policy and actually showing intersectionality. And I will hand it back to Heather. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was really fast. I feel like we missed some claps, so I'll just clap for you. Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I think there will probably be more questions about some of the work that you're doing. So we will get to that in just a moment. I'll now pass to Kate Caldwell from the Northeastern University Pritzker School of Law, who will talk to us about qualitative data documents and the connection with intersectionality and citizen data. She also has a presentation, so hopefully we can pull those slides up. I'll pass it to you, Kate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just a point of clarification, it's Northwestern University. Sorry. Oh, that's fine. Oh, here we go. So my name is Dr. Kate Caldwell. I'm at the Center for Racial and Disability Justice, and I'm excited to talk to you about intersectionality and qualitative data. In particular, one thing that I think is really important is to recognize that intersectionality came out of Kimberly Crenshaw's work, looking at basically how women's experiences were being, in particular, it came out of bringing critical race theory to law and legal studies through the lens of Black feminist thought, and recognizing that we don't have these fragmented separate identities. Like we aren't just what, I'm not simply a white woman and a bisexual woman and a disabled woman. I am actually coming from a positionality of all of these intersecting identities. And my experience and perception of the world is informed by that, but also the way I'm treated by the world is going to change based on all of those identities. And so that's very much important to understanding at the very center of it, why intersectionality is so important. But also when we're looking through the lens, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, of data justice, we're really looking at, okay, how do we take a human rights framework to the entire data ecosystem? And where these two come together, intersectionality and data justice, it allows us to reveal how these overlapping systems of oppression really shape the inequities in data collection, in algorithms, and in governance as a whole. And it is essential to ensuring that we have systems that are fair, that are equitable, and that are being held accountable, really, not just by governments necessarily, but also by citizens themselves, and that they have a role and a voice in the process, because at the end of the day, these policy decisions that are being made by this very data is going to be impacting marginalized communities most. And so it's so critical that they have a role in this process. And one thing I also want to shout out is there are intersectional methods, both quantitative and qualitative, at every step in that data collection process, from the very way you structure the question to the data collection methods you use, the methods of analysis that you use. And a lot of people aren't as aware of those exact methods. And it's part of the reason why we've been working on these reports to share some of the qualitative intersectional methods as tools you can use to make what you're doing even better, because that's really the goal here. So some of the benefits of intersectional data is that it helps to reveal these hidden inequities. It helps to center marginalized voices, specifically for policy design. It helps to inform fair design and reduce bias. And also it enhances transparency and accountability. And we sort of touched on that a moment ago, but I think the most important thing to highlight here is that intersectionality really challenges us to call attention to the power relations in this data ecosystem, and to demand more participatory and community-led approaches that citizen data really lends itself well to. And also looking beyond simply just the collection of data, but also to how it is being analyzed, and then how it is being used and translated, and ideally mobilized for communities to advocate and empower themselves. I also wanted to address some of the main concerns or critiques that we see that can happen when you do intersectional data collection, especially with citizen data. One thing is what you can call theoretical dilution, but at the end of the day, what this just means is some people can use the rhetoric of intersectionality, but not actually, they stop short of actually engaging with the reality, the lived experience of intersectionality in a very real world sense. And so here we see a lot of policymakers say intersectional, but their behaviors and the way that they're actually using the data doesn't fall in line with actual intersectional practices. There's also the concern about reductionism, which basically means oversimplifying the lived complexity of intersectionality. So you risk reducing intersectionality to simply an interaction, right? To simply those specific identity categories. I think this is what Francesco is getting to with looking beyond simply disaggregation to actually looking at what these intersections look like in the real world. And if when we oversimplify these identities, that actually it loses contact with the critical roots of all of the things necessary for true data justice. Also, there's a risk of tokenizing marginalized participants by overemphasizing identity categories rather than seeing them as the products of relational power structures. And this is something that we talk about in disability all the time, especially when you look at the social model of disability. Disability isn't something that someone is or has or does, but rather it's society that's disabling. Then there's also the concern, I know I'll speed it up a little bit. I'm seeing the concerned face. Oh, so there's a concern, there's a risk of data misuse. So intersectional data can actually be weaponized by surveillance states exposed that and used to expose marginalized communities to further harm, something that we're certainly seeing a lot of currently in the US context. And if you want to talk about that, find me afterwards. A coffee, yes, for the coffee break. I have stories. And what we're seeing happening right now in DC around the 60-hour Medicaid vigil. Another concern is that the complexity of intersectionality can also lead to interpretive ambiguity. And policymakers may misuse intersectional findings unintentionally due to their complexity, or a lot of times oversimplify them for convenience. So for example, with qualitative data, we see a lot of times policymakers love quantifying qualitative data. And so they reduce it, what is a rich lived experience, to simply a count. And it doesn't it's not how it's supposed to be used, and it doesn't accurately reflect what that data found. And so it's kind of a waste. We also, of course, see issues with data ethics and structural bias. So we can reproduce systemic inequities if we don't pair them with community-based and participatory approaches, hence the strength of empowering communities and engaging with them to collect citizen data. And then finally, recognizing our own positionality and using reflexivity. And this is something we discuss a lot in the reports. So without reflective practices, we risk reproducing the same power imbalances that we're actually trying to address. So let's talk about these upcoming reports that I'm very excited about. We have two of them. The first one, and really think of these as tools, really, and resources to help you do what you do well, even better. So the first one is a more abstract focus on approaches to qualitative citizen data, including an overview of what exactly is it in a realistic, non-hoity-toity academic ivory tower sense, but what does it mean to you and the work that you do, and looking at the 5 main core approaches to qualitative data collection, which includes ethnography, which is at the end of the day, it's immersing yourself in a culture, a community, a group, and really learning as much as you can from that inside, that engaged perspective. Narrative inquiry, which is tapping into the real power of storytelling. It includes participatory action research, which involves elements of participatory research and action research. Of course, both exist on a spectrum. Ideally, PAR, or participatory action research, is the coming together of that to have involved stakeholders also doing research that's going to actualize and advocate for a common goal that's identified by that community. And then we have photo voice and video voice. There's a lot of really fun methods here. And this speaks to a sort of, it's somewhat a storytelling, but it's in a way where communities are telling their own stories. And then finally, case study, which I know you're all familiar with, and we're going to hear some case studies later. But really, a lot of people use case studies, but a lot of people don't necessarily know about the methods that can help you structure your case studies. And so that's what that's focused on. We discuss ethics and data quality, some mixed methods research design, so how to bridge your quantitative and qualitative data collection. And there's 3 main structures for that, and it makes it really easy. And then some applied examples. The second report is focused more concretely on methods and strategies that connect to the approaches in the first report. And so it's looking at what specific methods, and at the end of the day, a method is basically a tool to help you do what you're trying to do. And so the main methods that we look at are interviews, focus groups, which are basically a group interview, a dynamic discussion rather than a static one. Observation and ways to structure observation so that you know you're getting the data that you need from that observation, because a lot of times it's not clear. You're like, I'm putting a lot of resources into this observation, but I don't know that I'm going to walk away with what I need to create that model or that training or whatever that end product that you want to do is. And so there's some methods you can use to help you do that. Narrative methods, and then also some fun digital methods that give some examples for how to tap into things like social media, as well as using other electronic and technological advancements in the work that you do. And then it ends with some applied strategies that, of course, are in accordance with the Copenhagen framework. But this is looking more at, how do you do recruitment and sampling? How do you do coding and analysis? And even if your organization isn't going to be doing those things directly yourself, you will be working, you're likely going to be trying to assess the quality of groups that have been doing that. And so you need to be informed about them so that you know whether or not they did that well, and so that you can actually provide technical assistance to help them do it even better. So that's pretty much what's in these reports that we're very excited about. And thank you so much. And I've included my email here. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions or even just want to chat, because I love talking about data.
Kate, thank you so much. That was excellent. I think this first part was for setting the scene and really providing some really important information about intersectionality and how to approach this. So we want to just give a couple minutes in case there's 1 or 2 burning questions that you have, in particular for Kate by chance, before we get into the panel questions. Anyone? You can also hold your question for later. Anyone? Do you have a question? Okay, here, I'll bring you my mic.
Thank you so much. I had a question about capacity building for policymakers. If you've been engaged in any initiatives or any approaches you recommend. I mean, it is like understanding the different identities, especially within the LGBTQ umbrella, and then how those and intersectionality, it can just sound like a lot of jargon, but it's really important to understand the nuance, or we risk we really risk misrepresenting these populations in data systems. So any efforts to that end to engage with the policymakers?
Thank you so much. I think that's an excellent question. Kate or Francesca or Elizabeth, does anyone have a response? Go
Kate first.
Yeah, I certainly can. I work with policymakers all the time. That's one of the things I'm most passionate about. Part of the reason why is because I saw so many policymakers who were advancing legislation based on one person's story and not necessarily based on the research evidence. But also at the end of the day, research is a tool to learn about people's lived experiences and perspectives, and in essence, to tell their stories. But when you're just looking at one person's story at a time, rather than research that or data really that's reflecting the community as a whole, then you aren't going to be as effective with the policy making that you're doing. And so I think a lot of times talking to policymakers about the power of storytelling it can be a good way to get them to understand these experiences and perspectives a little bit better, because they see how that influences the job that they do, because a lot of it is working with narratives in a variety of different ways, if that makes sense.
Raquel, was there one from the chat that you want to showcase? Spotlight.
Yes, one of the questions is related to how citizen data can support health system resilience, especially in case of shocks and disasters such as COVID or other disasters, especially for vulnerable groups. So there are many questions, but I'll summarize with this one, which relates to what kinds of citizen data initiatives do you believe are most effective in rapidly assessing health facility readiness in these contexts, and how we can strengthen communication between stakeholders then to ensure inclusive participation and to produce high quality data. Thank you.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. I can answer about COVID. During COVID, persons with disabilities were not being counted in data collection, and people with disabilities were dying. I mean, it was a serious issue around the world in the global north and global south. And so civil society organizations of persons with disabilities collected their own data. And we have examples of this. And then we use that data to advocate for policy change. And one example, and I'm sure Lauren and Pamela can talk about this more, was that there wasn't sign language interpretation or captions in the daily news briefings. So deaf and hard of hearing people didn't have access to vital information. And these deaf associations advocated, and then many countries ended up putting this in, and it's still being used today. So this is a great example of policy change from that.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Okay, so I am also the timekeeper, and I have to keep us on time. So Joe, do you mind holding it? Thank you so much. Write it down so you don't forget. So we're going to move to part 2 in our panel, where we're going to share experiences. This section, our speakers will share experiences from different perspectives, each with expertise in a specific area. And we'll explore data needs for intersectionality and how data is being used in practice. And we'll have this in 2 rounds of questions, time permitting. Okay, so I will first start with Phil Crahan. I hope I pronounced that correctly, from Copa Lab. All right, so Phil, what are the critical aspects of addressing the data needs for intersectionality in the context of the LGBTQ plus community? And how do you think citizen data can genuinely advance the agenda for intersectional data?
Okay, hi everyone. Listen, I have a long list of needs and gaps to get through, so please do keep me held to those 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, I will speak quick. Yeah, there's a lot of data needs when it comes to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex LGBTI people. As we say at CAPA, the demands and the expectation for data on LGBTI people far outweighs our actual supply of it, the availability of it, and that's fine because we'll get there. But and if we look around the world, what we can see of most data is that we can put it into 4 themes, 4 buckets, right? The first is legal data that looks at civil and political human rights. A second one is more citizen-generated data by LGBTI groups. It's qualitative data, focus group discussions, in-depth interviews, which shows quite powerfully the kind of the depth of the issues that they face. Another way, what we're seeing from, again, LGBTI groups is more quantitative data, surveys, course, non-representative, convenience sampling, which still very quite powerful. And then the last way is just larger general population surveys, maybe by the state, maybe by international agencies. This is good. It's more recent. It's a step in the right direction. Sometimes the way that they ask if you're LGBTI is just one question that says, do you self-ID as LGBTI, which I think is a good example of being well-intentioned. That doesn't really get us far. It's not great. It doesn't allow us to disaggregate later on. A better method, a better way of doing this is asking about gender identity through a two-step method, sex assigned at birth, gender that you identify now, sexual orientation, a three-step method, do you identify as LGB, your sexual orientation, your sexual past, and then intersex status is a separate question. Do you have diverse sex characteristics? This is just one of the methodological considerations to take into account when we're really advancing this intersectional data. There are other methodological gaps and challenges, but I'm going to skip to other ones because there are many, and we really need to look at this through the data lifecycle as you started out. And we really, again, we have to just kind of admit that there's not a lot of money out there for LGBTI data. This is in a context of not a lot of money for all the issues that we work on. And even during a good day before the inauguration of this president in the US, which we can call a good day because there was more money for LGBTI data collection, there was more money for inclusive data systems. Even then we had so little, and right now in this day, it's not a good day. There's just not a lot of money, and it really forces us to be creative and innovative in terms of how we're looking at resource mobilization for data and how we plug that into systems. So other challenges include, well, actually looking at the Open Data Watch framework, once we have the data itself, once it's analyzed, or once it's collected, there's this huge problem of uptake, how it's used, right? And here I can put LGBTI data into three categories of gaps, of challenges. The first is the fact that many LGBTI groups around the world don't actually have quantitative data analysis, so there's a skills gap. Another gap is, am I out of time? Okay, that's a gap. Another gap is how it's shared, in the sense that it's not really shared, and what we do is reinvent the wheel and we don't learn from each other. And finally, the biggest gap is a systems gap, in the sense that there's very little incentive from the state and in the international finance institutions to incorporate LGBTI data from citizens into their policies, into their funding mechanisms. And that's something we're really trying to work on with COPPA Lab. We launched this program called Data Lift, which is partnering with a group on the ground and saying, actually, there is some good data to draw upon. And what we do is we analyze those data through an economic and socioeconomic lens. We sensitize stakeholders through data roundtables. We get economic stakeholders and others into a room to say, this is what we found, this is why it's part of your remit. We try to activate it domestically through policies and a new economic framing. And then finally, the last two things, and I'll end it at that, we really try to activate it internationally by pumping it into the diagnostics, into the processes of the multilateral development bank. So the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, they all have so much money and it is locked away from LGBTI people. We are unlocking it with data. And then finally, we will create partnerships with statistics offices so that we can scale this up in the long term. Thanks for allowing me to go over, sorry.
Thank you, Phil. No, it's so hard to tell you that the time is up. Thank you so much. Yes, we can clap, we should clap. Thank you. Okay, so we just have a couple different questions. We're getting the perspectives, and then we're also going to get some of the recommendations from our panelists. So online, we have Elham Yousefian from the International Refugee Assistance Project. Can we see her? Okay. So the question to Elham, what are the critical aspects of addressing the data needs for intersectionality in the context of the refugees and displaced persons with disabilities? We can see you now.
Yes,
thank you
perfect.
for joining.
I hope you can. Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I'm checking the time. I'm trying to stick to my 2 minutes because I've been on your place of moderator and I know how tough that is. So basically, I want to use this time to mention that forcibly displaced people with disabilities, including refugees and migrants, are often even overlooked in the intersectionality conversations. So when even in many cases that different identities are being listed to ensure intersectionality, we miss displacement, we miss migration status. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity and inclusion of this topic in this panel. I want to mention 3 main factors that I think one should consider when looking into the intersection of disability and displacement when it comes to collecting data, and how these 3 factors impact disability and displacement data. First of all, we need to remember that during the journey of displacement, before, during, and after displacement, people may acquire new impairment, or the existing impairment may be aggravated. So this is something that if we do not consider by collecting data or recollecting data, we may be missing intersectional approach to displaced people with disabilities. The second issue, which is important and needs to be considered when thinking about disability and displacement, is that people who are displaced face additional barriers because of the displacement, because of the status as refugees. And we can go into all different types of barriers, but I just want to highlight the institutional barriers. For example, in almost, I would say, all countries, refugees with disabilities do not have access to services on equal basis with nationals with disabilities. In many contexts, they do not even have access to disability certificates. And this is something that should be considered if we really want to be intersectional and comprehensive in data collection and do not leave refugees with disabilities behind. And finally, the third issue that I want to highlight is that refugees with disabilities usually do not have access to assistive technology, assistive devices, even more than other groups of people with disabilities. And that causes a lot, like different answers to data collection, because even many of them, have lost their assistive devices throughout the journey or cannot obtain a new one, or because the impairment has been acquired throughout the journey, they cannot get the assistive devices. That's why when we collect data on refugees with disabilities, we do not ask them that part of the question of Washington Group questions about even if using glasses, even if using hearing aids, because we take the assumption that they do not have access to those devices. So these are some of the challenges, some of the differences that intersectionality requires to consider. Over.
Thank you so much. I think what's so interesting about each perspective is that there's so much to consider and that we really have to do that work. So thank you so much, Elham. I'm going to go to our next panelist, Lauren Farovich from the Global Deaf Research Institute. Lauren, I have a question for you. Producing data for intersectionality often requires a partnership between civil society, communities, and national statistical offices. Can you share your experience with data collection in Ecuador and the partnerships established and subsequent outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. In Ecuador, we work on national data collection with deaf communities, and that taught us strong partnerships that are really important for intersectional data. We have 3 big things that stood out for us as an organization. First is the cost of interpreters. This is a major barrier. So if we want deaf people truly involved in data collection and leadership, we must find solutions, whether these are funding solutions or volunteer interpreters or government support. So the cost does not exclude people specifically. Secondly, intersectionality means recognizing diversity within the deaf community. We make sure to identify leaders for each group, deaf women. We also have deaf LGBTQ. We have deaf rural people, as well as deaf blind individuals and other different groups, because no one person represents the whole. The third one links to data collection. We convert findings into accessible one-page sheets, and then we share these, not just with the deaf organizations, but with larger organizations that also focus on LGBTQ, women, rural, indigenous, and many more other groups. This helps those organizations to include deaf people who share those identities, instead of adding more pressure on deaf-serving groups, which are often already thinly stretched. So this approach made the data more impactful, it reached more partners, and reduced the burden on deaf organizations themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think we also needed to applaud Elham as well. So I'm just going to add that as well. Okay, thank you so much. I think it's so enriching to hear the different experiences from all of our panelists. So I'm going to go to our round 2 questions, which are very much related to recommendations. And how do we bridge these gaps? How do we make sure that we walk the walk or talk the talk and walk the walk? So I will go to Phil again. Can you share suggestions on how NSOs and other stakeholders safely and effectively can collect data on LGBTQ plus communities in less welcoming and less safe environments?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, though, if we start in where this is most challenging, most hardest, our imaginations run wild, and actually that causes a crisis of the imagination and stops this type of work. So I'll answer it by more focusing on where this is happening, where it is happening safely, and once we see like what is in the realm of the possible, I think we can see that there's a lot of NSOs collecting this data already. So we saw a good case study in Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Nepal. And when we look at that, we can see that some of those conditions include, of course, where there is a permissive law. So that includes no criminalization of LGBTI people, but also policies to protect them. We can also consider where there is a strong civil society who has already generated their own data, who is engaged in citizen-generated data of their own, right? And then have they established a partnership with that NSO? And in some cases they have, and that's quite powerful. Other factors that you can consider where this can happen can include, where is like which NSOs have a high capacity, and the World Bank has its own index. I think it's called the SPI, that really shows the capacity of these NSOs to be generating their own data. What does it look like? Do they have the money? Do they have the technical power? Yeah, so there's some things, again, to shout out to where this is happening, and that's quite strong. It's something we're really trying to cultivate at CAPA. We brought together NSOs and the economic development community through this, we call it a consortium for inclusive data, because what has been missing for so many years is actual spaces where NSOs can learn from each other and where they can ask these development institutions for the financing to do this type of data collection. And that's something we've been convening for a few years now, and most recently in Nepal, we brought together 8 NSOs from Asia and 2 from Latin America for a South-South exchange to show how this can happen, how you can do it safely, ethically, and once you have the data, how you really use it. So those are some of the conditions that, where it's good to be doing this type of data collection. To more get to the question of the most challenging, what do we do in those situations? I would say, ask yourself a few questions. If you're in an environment that does criminalize or target LGBTI people in some way, ask yourself, is there data that's already been collected from LGBTI organizations? What does that teach you? How can you collaborate with them even more? How can you have conversations, consultations? And if after that you still have a need to work with an NSO on larger nationwide data collection, you should really ask yourself, what is the point of having those data? And part of that answer should always fundamentally be to protect the rights and inclusion of LGBTI people. If that's not part of that, then you might not need to be doing nationwide data collection with an NSO. It's a context by context basis. And again, I think it's really looking at safety, dignity, and the well-being of the community.
Thank you so much, Phil. I think these are just excellent considerations that we should all keep in mind. Thank you. I will now turn to Elham online again. looking again at kind of recommendations. So how do you think citizen data can really be the answer to advance the agenda for intersectional data in this area? And can you share some key recommendations on how to safely, effectively, and inclusively collect data on refugees and displaced persons with disabilities? Thank you.
Recommendations. Well, this is my basically favorite part of the conversations. First thing I would say for all of us who work on disability data, I want to start by asking that whatever research, advocacy, or capacity development training that you're organizing, making sure to include the different aspects, the different challenges of that refugees with disabilities face, and make sure that this is properly reflected in what we are doing. So I was just like listening earlier to Elizabeth talking about like guidelines on intersectionality and intersectional data. I'm like looking forward to make sure that, you know, refugees with disabilities and their concerns is properly reflected. So that's the first step. In terms of data collected by organizations of persons with disabilities, I think we really need to raise that awareness and sensitize organizations of people with disabilities that when collecting data on disability, they need to include that intersectional aspect regarding disability and displacement. And of course, to donors, to those who are funding this type of data collection, if the message comes from them, that when collecting data, also disaggregate that based on displacement, based on refugee status. And that would be a huge step and huge help. And in terms of safely collecting data, one thing that I really want to highlight is the fact that refugees with disabilities also face stigma. And you know, when this stigma is added up to the stigma or wrong attitudes toward disability, then refugees with disabilities face additional compounded stigma and false attitudes about their situation. And this is something that we really need to consider when collecting data. For example, family members may feel that if they share about the refugee having a refugee member with disability in the household, they will lose their chances of resettlement, which actually could be the opposite, but people may not have that information. But this is something that should be considered, that, you know, those numerators, when they interview people, should be aware of this stigma around refugee plus disability, to make sure that this is also considered in the way that the questions are asked and the language that is being used, and confidentiality and privacy. And finally, one more thing that I want to highlight is the partnership between refugee-led organizations and organizations of people with disabilities. This is basically, in my opinion, the solution to almost all of the challenges that refugees with disabilities face, because the reality is that organizations of people with disabilities have part of the answer, and refugee-led organizations have another part of the answer. And we cannot be making sure that we are inclusive, including in data collection, unless we foster exchange and collaboration between these two representative organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such an excellent illustration of the power of partnerships and how we can leap forward in this work when we're together. So thank you. I will now go to Lauren. From your data projects, what are some lessons learned on how to collect data from deaf communities that empowers the community and provides meaning? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. The heart of our work is focused on national needs assessments. We've seen huge benefits when deaf communities and deaf serving organizations are directly involved. And so we see when priorities are set together based on the findings of the data, it actually unites the community and helps everyone reevaluate their focus and to have a clear understanding. This process doesn't just help governments to make better policies, but it also in turn helps the deaf community itself to be more stronger and more unified and more empowered to be able to advocate more effectively. It's equally important to recognize that many deaf people face in education or have language barriers themselves. This means they often don't have the vocabulary or the experience to recognize the isms that they face, such as racism or sexism, or to articulate the discrimination that they face. And because of these barriers, the ideal approach is not to expect everyone to self-identify all the ways that they are excluded in the system. Instead, we need to have a look at the system to examine which services and resources there are available that is not being reached or included. We also encourage projects to go beyond just asking a few individuals and to analyze the environment. We ask the difficult questions. Who is accessing these services and who isn't? What are these gaps that we face? So the systems approach that we have makes it possible to address the exclusion, even for those who cannot name or recognize these barriers themselves. Finally, I just want to conclude to say it's critically important that after a project ends, the community is not left behind. We need to assign and train someone locally to share the findings and educate the local community, which in turn increases the transparency and ensures that the project has lasting impact. When the community is part of every step and equipped to use the data, they are able to keep advocating themselves and to push for real change.
Thank you so much. That was excellent. We need a guide just for the session. It's like, these are the questions that you need to ask and the things that you need to think about. I think this is a lot of food for thought, taking back to the work that we all have. So thank you so much for all of the enlightened experiences and recommendations that you're sharing. So we will next pass over to Pamela Molina, who is from the World Federation of the Deaf and the International Disability Alliance. And Pamela will present on the organizations of persons with disabilities and intersectional data processes, as well as findings and lessons learned from a case study in Bolivia on deaf indigenous women. I'll pass it to you now, Pamela. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. She already said I'm representing the International Disability Alliance and the World Federation of the Deaf. So we need to strengthen data on persons with disabilities, following and being in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 31, and also the 2030 Agenda, SDG 17.18, to ensure that persons with disabilities are included in the data value chain. And they must be counted fully in the entire process. And we have to show the reality and the life of persons with disabilities to affect policy change. But unfortunately, persons with disabilities are one of the groups most left behind in the implementation of the SDGs, with only 3 global SDG indicators having enough data to be disaggregated by disability status. So for that reason, we support using and recognizing citizen data, especially citizen data led by organizations of persons with disabilities, to complement key critical gaps on persons with disabilities. So now I'd like to share with you an example of deaf-led data collection on deaf indigenous women in Bolivia. This was a project that was funded by CBM Global Disability Inclusion. We have in the world more than 70 million deaf people. And I actually think it's more, but we don't have the data for this. So even with this many people, we don't have data that capture the lived experiences of deaf people and their barriers. And especially looking at signing deaf people, there are no data. We look at, we don't have surveys do not have national sign language, and this is why. So we're missing the deaf perspective, and there's a lack of deaf cultural awareness as well included in surveys. So as a result, the World Federation of the Deaf supports deaf-led research to collect data on deaf people, because otherwise we wouldn't have this information and this data. The World Federation of the Deaf has led citizen data and intersectional data in Bolivia, and the focus was on barriers for these deaf indigenous women and how they encountered and accessed healthcare services. The data collected were quite powerful because the women are one of the groups most oppressed and discriminated in the country because of their intersectionality. Looking at gender, indigeneity, and deafness, and being a minoritized language user. All together is an intersection of discrimination. The findings brought together, we interviewed these women, surveyed them twice, 20 women, and some of the findings I'll share now. Most of the women were born of hearing families without any access to sign language in the home. Because hearing families stigmatize deaf culture and sign language, and so they are resistant to learning sign language. These women did not have access to sexual and reproductive health education at all, and most of the women were in impoverished settings with limited access to education. A little bit more than half of these women interviewed had access to healthcare insurance, but they still didn't understand basic family planning because they didn't have education in this, and many had unintended pregnancies as a result. Most of the barriers were communication barriers because of lack of information in sign language and lack of interpreters. And so most of these women they missed critical gaps in sign language to healthcare access. So we gathered testimonies from these women, and they are so powerful. And to look at the intersection and the oppression of these women. All of these women interviewed were victims of rape and abuse. And this was just said recently that they didn't even recognize that what was happening was abuse. And so they were victimized of this from language deprivation as well. And often they were family members and intimate partners who were the ones abusing these women. These women did not have access to healthcare information. They were victims of this as well. They had high risk of stigma and oppression and discrimination because of their intersectionality. All of these women didn't have opportunities of support in their national sign language, Bolivian Sign Language in this case, and they had to depend on their family members and friends to get information about health. And they had to depend on family members to be their interpreters for healthcare appointments. And this is a violation of privacy. And often the family member who's accompanying this deaf woman could also be her abuser. There were many instances of misunderstandings and feelings of isolation for these deaf women, especially at home within their families, due to communication breakdowns. And all of these women were very eager to participate in educational trainings, to understand more about sexual reproductive health, and to participate in workshops, and especially through Bolivian Sign Language. So it shows the importance that we provide cultural awareness and trainings through national sign languages. And especially in this case, Bolivian Sign Language. This is a great example of citizen collected data because we wouldn't have gathered this information otherwise. So it's new information, and we highlighted barriers and gaps that truly can impact policy change. And finally, I have recommendations. And just listening to all of you, I added just 2 more. But generally, when we look at citizen data collection, specifically looking at developing partnerships with national statistical offices of these data projects, it's very important that you include organizations of persons with disabilities and deaf associations in this process, in the design process, through implementation in the entire data value chain, including data collection. This is very important to have the disability, and additionally, we need to have disaggregation of disability included in these projects as well. So when we're looking at disaggregation, we have to also include national sign languages. They have to be included as well as another category, because national sign languages are a minoritized language. And the other recommendations we have, governments, they must, especially ministerial health departments, they have to receive trainings from the World Federation of the Deaf, along with FEBOS, which is the Federation of Bolivian Sign Language and Deaf Association in Bolivia, sorry. Yes, we need to partner together to provide training to ministries, health ministries in Bolivia, to provide the highest quality of services in healthcare settings for deaf patients and others, but especially looking through that intersectional lens. And we also need to include deaf awareness and deaf cultural awareness and intersectionality in this, especially through Bolivian Sign Language. We also recommend a workshop on health for deaf women themselves, specifically deaf Indigenous women. And especially because these women are often remote and isolated and not in one location. So it's really important that we have these workshops such as sexual reproductive health, family planning, so these women can empower themselves, have the information to really share with each other and take ownership of their lives and their health. And finally, we have to develop anti-audist and decolonial policies in both medical settings, hospitals, and schools. And we really need to do this through the direct participation of deaf professionals, deaf people who are skilled, who can also incorporate intersectionality to avoid bias and gender bias. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. I am still trying to keep us on track. I just want to thank everyone for such a rich conversation, actually, and providing so many perspectives and recommendations that we can all take away in the work that we're doing. So I wanted to give Jo a chance for her question, and then we will wrap up with conclusion and next steps from Francesca, and then you can go to your coffee just a couple of minutes late. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thanks so much. It was really a sort of practical, factual question, which is, you know, that gap's the wrong word, the connection between quantitative data that points to scope and scale and the value of quantitative data and stories. Will the guidance that is being prepared give some really sort of concrete and specific examples to people who recognise the importance of both, and a range of ways in which the, you know, like purposive sampling, working with and through communities that are experiencing multiple marginalizations, can be combined to provide greater insight when you don't have big enough data set to really see some of those insights and you want to protect for all kinds of reasons. You know, I think there's some really powerful and important questions that come here practically for those of us who want to do that, and who want to do that in ways that are meaningful, so that you're not loading small groups with the weight of expectation for doing this work, but on the other hand, recognise that, you know, not giving visibility to the multiple marginalizations is a problem. And yeah, so it's a question about practical guidance and how to do that, I think.
The practical guidance. You want to address?
Will the guidance give that sort of detail?
Yeah, I think Kate is in the best position.
I think it comes down to when you use qualitative versus quantitative methods, and when and how you use the two together, so that those mixed methods designs, when the one will lead into the other. So for example, for a hard to measure population or a critically under-researched population, that really lends itself really well to qualitative methods. And if you want to then connect that to quantitative methods later on, you need to really think of it in that way, because otherwise the one won't necessarily lead into the other unless you intend for it to. And there's a lot of qualitative researchers who do wonderful qualitative research, but it won't necessarily lead to quantitative developments unless you specifically structure it that way. And there's some ways to do that wonderfully. And I know earlier I talked about trying to resist the urge to quantify qualitative research, but that doesn't mean that qualitative research cannot be used to develop models that can then be tested, or instruments for quantitative data collection later on. In point of fact, they should. And so I think it's really about how you structure the transition between the two and when you use qualitative versus quantitative. But then also sometimes you collect quantitative data and it still doesn't give you the full story, because there's limitations on what questions you can actually answer with that quantitative data. And so then you're going to be like, okay, well, here's where I can use qualitative data to really dive deeper into what's actually happening to help illuminate what the numbers are telling us, right? So, and yeah, we do talk about that in the reports. Yeah, but I think it's also an ongoing discussion as well.
Thank you, Kate. We are so out of time, and I'm so sorry, but I'm going to pass to Francesca for just a few key quick takeaways. And then I'd just like to give one more huge round of applause to our panelists and thank them for such an amazing session. So Francesca, last word.
Thank you. Yes, super quick, but just a few quick takeaways. I think this has been amazing, and just listening to the panelists, I've learned so much. But I think what I take away is that somehow everything I've heard confirms what we've been trying to do, Elizabeth and I, with the framework, and how we try to address intersectionality within the collaborative on citizen data. And that is so important to focus on every step of the data value chain. And we've heard, right, from all of you, especially the beginning and the end. Of course, everything in between is important, but really what you measure, how you conceptualize it. And it's not so important to have large scale data sets. It's important to really understand the critical issues and what the lived experiences are at the intersection of those multiple circumstances and identities. And the end, and we heard, how you connect with the policymakers. How do you really make sure those data are used for what you want to see happen, right? That's the critical aspect. And then another takeaway is the financing aspect. We've seen that all of this is the part of the data sector that is the most defunded and the most at risk of continuing, to lose funding and to lose the support that you need, both at the global level, at the national level, at the local level, at every level. It's really critical. And so that's, I think, our guidance and our work from the collaborative also has to include that. Sensitizing, advocacy, really keep giving that message that this is all so important and so critical, and it has a tremendous impact, both positive but also negative, when you don't have, you continue to have those data gaps and you don't have the information that you need for those changes that are so urgently needed. Back to you.
Thanks so much. I think we have about 8 minutes for coffee. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Hello, 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 hello. Please, colleagues, move to this side. The other side is closed. Closed. Yogi, we're closing that side. Please, my panelists, if you can sit over there. Umar, inviting my panelists to come join online. Move on this side. Jay. Move closer. Lessons learned.
Is this good enough, ma'am?
You're making a mark. Yes. Thank you, my colleagues. And I have my online speakers. Elena, you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for staying so late. But I know you're off for vacation very soon, so just bear with us. We have the clickers right there, right? Thank you so much, colleague, for staying with us until this hour. I hope there's still interest here to continue the conversation on citizen data. And this time we're going to have 6 presenters with 5 presentations and covering different aspects of citizen data. That's either integrating citizen data with other data sources or bringing them, giving them more insights, or wait just a second, let me check before I go in there. Is Flavia, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. Juliet? Juliet, are you there? Gerard, do we have Julia? Okay, great. Juliet, can Okay, just 1 second.
Hello, colleagues. I'm here connected.
Hi, great, Juliet. So we are going to have an interesting session, exciting session about integrating citizen data with something else. And there will be also, could be anything. And there was also something about common standard when we talk about data integration. What does it mean? How do we put different sources together, right? So we have colleagues from there, and we'll have 5 presentations from 6 speakers. So I would like to ask each presentation to keep their PowerPoint in 10 minutes. I know, Luis, you're sharing that with Flavia, but if you can keep it also in 10 minutes as well. So I will start with Elena. Elena's one of our steering committee member from UNITAR. Thank you for joining us. It's very late for you. Elena has this really exciting new project with St. Lucia, and the country that has challenges of having estimates of population for smaller geographic areas. So there's some discussion about citizen data. So Elena, can you share a slide? Are you going to share slides from your side?
Let me try. Yes.
We also have your
Yes, I
PowerPoint
can.
view. We can also do it from our side. Okay. Perfect. So you have 10 minutes.
Yes. I hope you can see the slides.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So let me start by saying that when we started looking into this project, actually, it didn't start with citizen data. But then we realized there was citizen data potential, and actually we would like to develop it more. So I will build up my story a little bit this way. Essentially, what happened was that the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, they are supporting their member states through the Data for Decision Making project funded by the World Bank on strengthening statistical capacities. And they had these components around experimental data projects. And one of the countries selected UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle imagery, as a potential data source. So interestingly here in this project, it didn't start with a problem statement, although they already had the problem statement in mind. It started with a type of innovative data source they wanted to use. And in their case, they purchased a drone, and they knew one of the key challenges they wanted to address was related to population estimates. They did conduct a census, so their latest census goes back to 2022. It's not too old, but now it's been already 5 years. They are also in the process of conducting this year mixed household survey. There is already some also updated listing data available for this survey. And then we also realized as we started discussing with the team, so our task was initially to help them develop a project that we started this work last year. And we are now at the stage where we held the initial workshop to start the project implementation in July. And then we started looking, when we started looking at it, we realized there was already some work that was ongoing related, done by volunteers, essentially, working as part of a humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. So I think I described a little bit. And then what was going on, the project timeline is 6 months. We launched it end of May. And then in terms of partners, essentially, we've been supporting it UNITAR, but also for those of you who are not aware, UNITAR also hosts UN Satellite Center called UNOSAT. So it's a mixed team. Also, there are UNOSAT colleagues involved in this. Hawaii is also involved from UN Statistics Division side, but we also have academic partners. We have ETH Zurich involved in the modeling work. And we've also engaged with the Statistical Institute of Jamaica for knowledge sharing, because they've been doing similar project, but using satellite imagery data, not UAV data. In St. Lucia, what was interesting and what they were explaining, because several teams asked them why you are not looking at the satellite imagery. It's very cloudy quite often. So for them, for some of the areas, it's very difficult to obtain quality satellite imagery data. And we actually had a chance to witness it on our own experience when we went for the workshop in St. Lucia. So in terms of the census, what happened? So essentially, there are challenges related, the basic challenges about population estimates. They had an estimated undercount of 23.3%, and the way they're estimated it was based on the listings, mapping and listing data. And where they know there are problems is the problems are related where there are significant, the significant undercount comes from the under coverage of informal settlement areas in different enumeration districts across the country. You can see here, that's a snapshot from the provisional census report that shows different undercount rates for different regions. So the idea was then to combine the census data with the UAV data in the first place. But then we realized there was this significant piece of work and already things that already exist thanks to volunteers and OpenStreetMaps. There are building footprints already. And there is a very active team that have been experimenting with different data sources, actually combining and also looking at the possibilities of a modeling work. And they became also the advisors in the project. So the idea was then to develop a model to enable the use of UAV imagery building footprints, and then census, but also household survey data to produce annual population estimate updates. And also a little bit more than that. So far what we conducted this workshop at the end of June, and we sort of had two work streams. The first one focused really more on this main task, and what we've identified sort of as main areas of work was firstly undertaking UAV imagery data collection, covering 4 informal settlement areas in selected enumeration districts. Then the second task is related to really building a footprints database that would be hosted by the GIS unit of the National Statistical Office, but by building also on the crowdsourced building footprints data that already exist, that then would need to be corrected. So geographic misfit would need to be corrected based on the newly acquired also UAV data. And then also a lot of labeling is incomplete. And this is where the census data and also recent mixed listing data could be used. And the labeling still needs to be defined, but some of things are sort of quite clear. For example, identifying really residential dwellings as opposed to public and commercial, then to be able to estimate households and then population. Then some of the other features that might be useful for population estimates would be number of floors, for example, the type of roof material and building material that could be relevant for other types of estimations. Then the third task is related really to modeling that is being done with ETH Zurich. The idea here is to have 2 samples where there is ground truth data, essentially where the census data is good and represents well the informal settlements, one of them to be used for training and the other one for validation, and then also have 2 less well-covered areas with no ground truth than for estimation. And then in terms of the initial ideas that we discussed, the work that will be done on modeling, developing deep learning model would be either using built-up detection or using building footprints, or a combination, and then also exploiting other possible, different possible correlations between household size and dwelling characteristics. And these characteristics can also help do some modeling extensions related to estimating other socioeconomic characteristics. And then maybe final bit was also, there is an interest in doing more work on vulnerability assessment approach. So we did have some discussions during this workshop on how vulnerability will be defined and how also we could use more both UAV satellite imagery data, but also citizen data. So I think from the discussions, what comes out, the idea would be to focus really more defining vulnerability as vulnerability of infrastructure and people to risks from climate-related hazards. And then we discussed also how a participatory approach and citizen data could be used for the development of the vulnerability assessment. But this work is less developed. We'll have a follow-up meeting beginning of September with key stakeholders. They have a spatial data infrastructure group that brings different ministries together And then the idea would be also to discuss how they could engage more also with the communities in developing this vulnerability assessment approach. And I think I will stop here and will be happy to answer any questions that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena. So if you can bear with us, then we'll do the Q&As after all the presentations. And the second I would like to, it will be slightly different from the agenda. I would like to invite Dr. Nickelt from BMZ. She's the chief scientist from Germany to present the work on data to policy use cases.
Oh, well, good. Thank you. Much better. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. It's really important to support the development of data into new areas, of data gathering into new areas and data analysis to new areas. So it's also a part, of course, of the ongoing efforts of the German government to strengthen multilateral and multi-stakeholder organizations, definitely necessary in these times. Well, I'm the chief data scientist from BMZ, and there has been a slight rotation because I have to catch a flight. So I think I was the last one originally, unless you want me to do a surprise talk here on a different topic. It's probably be much better with my slides. Yes, that looks like it. Thank you. So this is also an example how governments can learn, I hope at least. Well, we're trying to. Data to Policy and the Data to Policy Navigator is essentially a website that collects data stories of successful applications of data. And we, of course, want to do this in a fair, human-centered, equitable way, but this is something that is much easier to say than to actually do. And so we try to collect those stories that are successful for us ourselves to learn mainly, and also, of course, for anyone else who likes to look these stories up. We had a lot of challenges. You are probably very much aware of those challenges as well. And they tend to, I don't know, add up when you have one problem, you usually have several. So governments definitely, in my view, need to learn, especially also the German government, who is a bit behind in digitization, in my view. And it is our duty as the data labs within German ministries to lead this effort and to make the bureaucracy move forward in a way. But this is also true, of course, for many parts of the world, and this is why we try to present these stories that are actually successful. So the question always is for us, this is a challenge that is not on this slide, is actually how do you scale as a technician, so to say, coming from technical side? I'd always try this. And if you talk about scaling in data stories, it's much less a scaling than it is in commerce or in large applications where you would scale from 5 to 5 million. But we are more scaling from 1 to 5. I think we're happy if we can scale on that very small, in that very small amount. And that is something that we're trying to achieve with this navigator. Okay, let's move forward. So we're collecting the use cases and then try to do the mainstreaming from there in the scale as large as possible. Of course, there's a lot of it is also learning. These stories, data stories that you find at the website, datatopolicy.org, these stories are used for educating everyone who wants to learn about data, on data. And I've picked a use case, I believe, that is very interesting here for this community because it combines citizen data with available data, the data that was already available. Okay, this is the website. You can look it up yourself. I don't think we'll do this. And we have a number of, quite a large number of use cases. Also Ghana, the use case Ghana, we will see later on, or hear later on. And I'll just jump into the first one just to show you how this works. This is Mexico City's care infrastructure. A very interesting use case that started with the question how to better include women in just and fair work. And why do they not participate in the work? Well, the answer is probably very unsurprising. It's care, mostly care that is unpaid, care within the family. And we use the citizen data approach here, just a website with questions to answer to find out whether this assumption is true, and actually also to identify the most necessary, the most urgent needs that would need to change in order to for the women to be able to participate in the work, to work more. Okay, so the interesting method maybe to point out here, which is also an answer to some of the questions I heard earlier, how to deal with diverse and problems of diversity with minorities, marginalized minorities, is to use AI for analysis of answers. So you don't have to. Normally, if you pick quantitative data and numbers, so to say, you usually have to stick to to the most important topics. But if you rely on answers given by the people in their own language, and if you can analyze this using AI, you are able more to also include minority opinions. So this might be an approach to develop or continue to improve analyses. Well, what we did basically was to request the most dire needs, the most the things that the women spend most of the time on, so that they couldn't get the higher paid work that they wanted to do, and then to overlay the answers on a very small scale, actually, with the data that was available, so income, household income, and then from that combination, to identify the best positions for childcare centers. Mexican city government did this, and I think they have now set up 15 childcare centers within these areas that were most needed them, which is a bit of a problem, of course, a geographic problem. If you know Mexico City, also that has to be solved, how to get there in time to the childcare center, and so on and so on. So you needed a lot of different data sources, but the main important addition was the actual need that was communicated by the people that had the need themselves. The citizen or the application that collected this data was set up within the project, was developed within the project. And that worked out rather nicely, supported SDGs 5, 8, and 10, and is, I think, a success story of how to apply citizen data with available data, fill the gaps, and do what we are all aiming to do. Also, we learned a lot from it. Okay, with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you so much. It's only 6.5 minutes. Fantastic. I mean, of course, I'm going to have a question right away, say later on, but how do we get initiative on your platform? I see Ghana's already there. Thank you so much. Maybe just because you will have to leave for the airport quickly, maybe if there's any burning questions for Dr. Nickhout. Anyone?
Other than that, the website is there for you to look at, and there are many, many more interesting stories. So
there's also email address on the next slide. If you're interested in reaching out to, if you click to data to policy, and right. Dr. Nickhout is right there. Heather, anything online? No. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the next presenter. We have Juliet. Juliet, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I hope you can see me.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay.
You're going to share your slides from your side?
Yes, I will try to. I'm preparing
Okay, so
to share my screen.
Julia's leading the citizen data work down at the statistical office in Colombia.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Okay, sorry. I don't know if you can see my screen now.
Almost.
Okay, let me
Yeah, we see
PowerPoint.
a number of screens with PowerPoints.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I lost my presentation. Let me see if. Okay, I hope you are seeing my presentation now.
Yes, now I can
Yes?
see your presentation. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to share our experience. I just want to highlight some initiatives that we are developing around citizen data. And to start, it's important to establish what this is important for us. Is because it's in our statistical law. Which includes the principle. We have the principle of inclusion that mandates that all the producers of official statistical information should represent our country's diversity in terms of our populations in the production of statistics. We also have the statistical culture mandate that invite us to support citizens and institutions in the use and adequate use of the statistical information we produce. And we have the goal in our national statistical system of developing a framework for citizen data. So here we have some initiatives that DANE is being developed. The first idea is to establish that citizen data was already happening, not because we know the Copenhagen framework, but because we need to improve our engagement with communities in order to visibilize them in our statistics. So we have two initiatives that are well established. The multidimensional WAJU registry, that it was a strategy to collect data from indigenous community in the north part of our country. And we also have the traditional midwives initiatives, that this is a strategy to improve the coverage of our vital statistics in Afro-descendant and indigenous communities. We have initiatives that are being developed but are not that well established. We have the popular economy information system, and for that, we are mapping civil society organizations that produce information on informal economy in order to start the work with them around this important topic. We also have the collaborative mapping that is key for us in order to facilitate the process of collection of data, in particular for areas of difficult access. And the app Diversa, that is an initiative that we have to capture data about some SDGs based on perception of information. So to go a little bit deeper in the multidimensional WAJU registry, this is a registry that we developed in conjunction with the WAJU authorities. The WAJU is an indigenous community that is based in the north part of our country and in the department of La Guajira. And in order to develop this registry, we have to have 21 meetings with the WAJU authorities and leaders from this indigenous community to get agreements in terms of the questionnaire. So the questionnaire, the questions that we include were defined in conjunctions with the communities. So we have a questionnaire that includes more than 200 questions. WAJU authorities propose topics such as ancestral knowledge, physical and economic barriers for accessing water, and belonging to the territory. So the next adjustment that we need to execute in order to facilitate the integration of the communities in the statistical process was to adjust all our contracting processes in order to facilitate the engagement of the community members in the component of the capturing information. In the 2024, we start the collection process. We have more than 80% of the operational team, people belonging to the Wayuu indigenous community, and these people speak Wayuu Naiki, that is the traditional language of this community. So this facilitates the process of capturing the information in the households of the community. And we are already integrating the results of this register with other information from the National Statistical System that is based on administrative records in order to visualize the situation of these indigenous communities in this information system, because we need to ensure that these communities get access to water, health, education, and to facilitate that, it is important not only to have the information that we collect with them, but also to make use of different data that is already in our national statistical system being produced for those communities. In terms of the lessons learned and best practices of this process, I want to highlight the active listening and consensus building with the authorities. In the process of the definition of the questionnaire, as you can imagine, having a questionnaire of 200 questions is very demanding and requires a lot of revisions and adjustments in order to facilitate the process of collection of data. Of course, there was your leadership, because the community, it was not a passive actor. It was very active in the definition of the instruments, but also in the identification of the areas where the communities were based. So for that reason, the mapping was really important in order to structure the collection strategy, and also it was key to support the logistics of transport. The clear language, the comprehensive and honest communication among the parts was key in order to execute this strategy. The trust and continuity, the participation build trust and sustainability of this initiative through time, and the citizen and communities evaluation of and sharing the results of the process was also vital to ensure the success. In terms of the second case, I want to speak about the vital event notification strategy for ethnic racial groups. As I was mentioned, the engagement with communities was key in order to visualize these particular populations and situations. So the objective of this strategy is to strengthen the reporting and registration of vital statistics, births and deaths from ethnic and racial groups with high rates of non-reporting due to conditions such as high geographic dispersion, difficult access, geographic and cultural barriers, and limited infrastructure and institutional presence of health sector. The benefits of this strategy for people in reservations and collected territories is the recognition of civil rights for newborns, the full identification for inclusion in health, education, and service programs, the strengthen the role of ethnic and racial authorities through effective participation in the notification and registration strategy, and of course, the improvement of official statistics. So this is a scheme of how the initiative works. Then identifies the communities, start the training and capacity building with the community members, and we develop the notification forms. These notification forms are distributed among the communities we have previously agreements, and when the vital event occurs without the contact with the health sector, the designated person in the community report the event in the forms that were designed by Danny, and these forms are then collected and submitted to the information system of the vital statistics. So this allows us to have this data in the production of our statistics, but also allows the members of the communities to receive the form that confirms the civil register of the birth, and that facilitates the access of the children to the health sector. So this is a very important case because represents a solution for a very critical situation of access to the health services from particular populations in our country, but also, of course, strengthens the production of vital statistics. The third initiative I want to talk about is the App Diversa. It's a web application through which we hope to measure SDGs indicators, particularly the ones that are related with perception. So we are working right now in the collection of relevant information on experiences of discrimination among people over 18 years. And this strategy is being developed with the engagement of the civil society organizations. We are discussing the questions, the structure of the questionnaire, how the application should work to facilitate the engagement of the citizens, and we hope to have a pilot by the end of this year. Finally, I just want to highlight the importance of having a framework to foster these initiatives to go further and to be included and included in our national statistical system. So that's the reason why we are also working in the development of a maturity model to facilitate the process of assessment of the quality of the initiatives and to facilitate also the process of include them in our national statistical system. So I hope I bring examples of integration of citizen data and administrative records that are being key to represent populations that need attention and intervention in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. Sorry, forgot the clap. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the DANE team. Thank you so much. Have a great flight, safe flight back home. Now, sorry for keep moving around the agenda speakers because we have different time constraints. So next, I would like to move to joint presentation of my colleague Luis and then Flavia. Flavia is from Statistics Canada, and Flavia, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you.
So, Luis said that you'll go first, and then Luis. So, would you like to share your screen from your side?
Working on that.
So the colleagues will be talking about standards and methods for data integration, if they are how to make data more interoperable, if we're talking about data integration. So Flavia, you go first. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you see my screen?
Yes,
okay,
if you can make it into the PowerPoint.
Yep. There. Okay, thank you for having me. I'm going to change a bit the tone of the presentation because I want to just introduce first the DDI, CDI standard, very high level, for a few minutes so that there is some context of what Luis is going to present afterwards, which is the cross-domain interoperability framework. So this standard is the new product that has been developed by the DDI Alliance, the Data Documentation Initiative. And the CDI stands for cross-domain integration because it's been created with the idea of integrating different standards and different products for different contexts cross-domain. So it complements what other products of the DDI Alliance are doing to go beyond the social, behavioral, and economic domain, which has been so far the DDI products focus. So it allows for references to these other DDI products. So if you have some data described with these products, you can integrate them with the cross-domain integration with CDI. And also integrates with other standards beyond the DDI Alliance. So web standards, especially RDF, PROV, and others like that, SCOS, they are all part of the environment that you can set up using DDI CDI. So it focuses on multidisciplinary and interoperable data sharing and integration. It centers on the description of variables, structures, and datum level information. So basically, you can describe your data at different levels of details depending on your needs. It provides for lossless and automated restructuring of the data. So if you want to move from one type of data structure to another, you can do that using CDI. You can describe the relationship between the two data structures, and also you can do the transformations using the process model that is included in the standard to do the transformation of the data. Supports also the description of these generic flows for provenance. So this process model can be used for provenance information, not just for doing transformations on the fly, but also for describing what happened in the past to a specific data. And it has multiple syntax representations, so you are not tied up to any specific syntax representation like XML or RDF. So we have a few actually already implemented, but more can be developed based on the conceptual UML model. So we have a model that is actually the standard, the specification that is part of the standard, and then these syntax representations can be created as necessary for different uses and in alliance with the model. So as long as the model is satisfied in all these syntax representations, they are all valid. So this is at the very high level, the structure of the standard. You have 4 main areas. On the right-hand side in blue, you have the elements for describing the data. So the data is organized in data sets. There are records in the data sets. It has data structures to describe the data types and the variables associated with the data. There are keys in the relational database sense. So what you expect to find in any standard describing data. What we are adding to that is this notion of variables that appears at different levels, instance, represented, and conceptual. We are not going to go into the details of what those levels mean, but the lowest level, the instance variable, is the one that is directly associated to the data set. So that's the one that you need in all situations. The other ones are optional and are for managing the variables and reusing them. And those variables, the instance variable in particular, is the one that links the data with what the data represents, the semantics and the different ways of representing the content in the actual data set. So for instance, universes and populations, when you're describing data sets associated with the statistics, value domains, which are the accepted values that any given variable can take, codes, categories, concepts, so the semantics and the way they are represented, they are covering that area, which is, again, very tightly coupled to the data, but it can be also used independently. So it depends on the use case. And then at the top in green, you have the provenance model, which is essentially capturing rules, flows, agents, transformation activities, so everything, again, that you can expect to find in those provenance models, but in a way that is integrated with the data, the variables, and the semantics. And then you see in the gray boxes all around the different standards that can be used to link to CDI, or that CDI can link to, in order to express the model in some machine actionable way. So in the context of CDI, we've been working on this cross-standard interoperability for data integration areas. Like there are a couple of projects working on that. Luis has been working on this for a few years now. And the idea is to focus on data integration, because the space of data management or data usage is so big that we wanted to just start with something that was very necessary in the case of different areas. So data integration across domains seems to be something that is really on demand, and it's hard to do if you don't have a standard describing the cross-domain aspects. And even if you do, we are still trying to address some of the problems that arise. And we have a large number of use cases. As I mentioned, the UN Statistical Division's SDGs, which is what Luis has been involved in. The ILO has data catalogs with thousands of files describing one standard, and we want to use another one to represent them so that they can be integrated in other environments. Warfare projects and Warfare Plus projects are also using CDI in the context of the cross-domain interoperability framework, CDIF. So, and in all these cases, DDI, CDI comes it's useful as a Rosetta Stone for mapping and integration. So rather than doing all these mappings one-to-one across disciplines, which can create dozens and dozens of mappings. What we do is use DDI, CDI as the central hub for those mappings and map each individual one to CDI. Therefore, we reduce the number of potential mappings and the confusion that can be created with that number of mappings. So using CDI as this type of Rosetta Stone, as I said, simplifies the work a lot. Some prerequisites to end for effective data integration. We need to describe the data well enough so that it is integration ready. So we don't need to describe everything in the data, just what's necessary to understand it and integrate it with other data. We need to define the mappings, harmonize concepts when possible, because it's not always possible, but if not, the mappings would do cover a lot of ground when harmonization is not available or not doable. And we need to provide the descriptions for provenance to make sure that a user of a data set understands what happened to it, where it's coming from, how it's been transformed, what's the quality, and so on. So on that note, I would let Luis continue with the use case. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation and building on Flavio's presentation. Now, I just want to show to you one application. As Flavio was mentioning, we've been working on the use of these ideas about cross-domain data integration using CDI as our Rosetta Stone. So we spoke about, we saw all the different initiatives around citizen data. So, and the question is, how do we integrate citizen data with official statistics? There's a lot that needs to happen in terms of implementation of standards and harmonization of data. That needs to happen on the side of the citizen data, but there's also a lot that has to happen on the side of official statistics so that we make the data also linkable and interoperable, and we are able to bridge this gap. So I will speak a little bit about the experience in trying to make statistical data closer and easier to integrate to other data sources, including citizen data. So the challenges that we have, data, as we all know, is in silos across organizations, different formats, different standards, different units of analysis, different levels of quality. Metadata is often missing or unstructured, and there is where this cross-domain interoperability framework comes to play. So to make our data resources fair, as we were listening earlier, across different domains and infrastructures. So this cross-domain integration framework is very rich, encompassing different aspects of data integration. So it is about providing the right context, the right structure, the right semantics, looking at the provenance of the data, issues of governance like licensing, conditions of use, issues of definitions, control vocabularies for different uses and from different communities, so that the data becomes discoverable, that its quality and its usability can be assessed by different users, that the data can be accessed, and it can be integrated and packaged together in ways that are useful for policymaking, for decision making. So these recommendations from the framework, from the cross-domain integration framework, some of them are really generally applicable for anybody working with data, not only official statistics, not only citizen data. It's about expressing our data and our metadata in many different languages, in many different standards. So we cannot stick to our small bubble of our community standards. We need to go across and also express our data in ways that can communicate to other standards in different levels of granularity, but trying to go to the finest one possible to allow to compose data from different sources, and using identifiers that are persistent, that are dereferenceable, meaning that we are always able to refer to the same thing, but with a specific, with an unambiguous way. So what does it mean? Making the data integration ready. Assessing and understanding the data sets we're working with, harmonizing the granularity and the representation of the different concepts. I mean, I was just reflecting when listening to Juliette's presentation about the need to also consider the different ways in which data are conceptualized. Different groups talk to different work or see the world using different taxonomies. No, we need to be able to connect the conceptualization of the data and the representation of the data, enriching with context, as Flavio was saying, describing the data well enough, and then also providing ways of tracing back where the data is coming from, the provenance. So one way we are trying to move into this direction is a project that Flavio mentioned we've been working on for already a few years, and I'm happy also to be here in this room with Francesca, who started all this in the statistics division, and then with our colleagues Yongji, Heather, I saw her around. So this is a massive work involving many people. What we are trying to do is to bring statistical data closer to a state where it can be integrated with other data sources. So making the data not only available, but also accessible, usable, understandable. And so what you see here is just a screenshot of the platform to give you an idea that this is the type of end result that comes from working behind the scenes on the back end on implementing those standards. And what is entailed here is describing the data. So there is homework to be done before we can get to that type of product, which is describing the structure, how the data is organized, the dimensions that are universal across different data sources, geography, time, other dimensions like sex, age, etc. That's where the standards come into play. And as Flavio was mentioning, there's a lot of work to be done in terms of aligning the different terminologies and tracking how these concepts are created, split, merged, transformed to get to the final product, to make it also machine actionable. So the role of the classifications and vocabularies is very, very crucial. And what I want to highlight here is that we need to also start looking into vocabularies, classifications, taxonomies outside our immediate domain. So we need to start to talking other communities' language by looking into their vocabularies and mapping those vocabularies to each other. I think I'm running out of time, so I will just go to some final set of open questions. No? How we overcome data silos? What's the role of civil society, research, and academia in linking all these different standards? And how can we use these emerging technologies to scale and be able to build those links more effectively and at speed? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really also enjoyed the cozy moment. Now we would like to move to the about you and data comments. Now, the final but not the final, but Umar, Ghana has done a lot of work on citizen data, all fronts. So please give us a flavor here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, the definition of citizens data is already well known in this room, so I wouldn't attempt, once Young is here, I wouldn't attempt to provide that. So first, we need to look at Ghana's motivation for venturing into citizens data work. Following the adoption of the SDGs and our assessment of the capacity of the country for monitoring the SDGs, we realized that going our traditional data systems alone, we wouldn't be able to monitor some indicators. So we decided to explore new sources and types of data. So we wanted to see how citizens' data provide timely, local level, and actionable data for monitoring the SDGs. We wanted to understand the kinds of technology-based tools that were appropriate for representative data collection and the pathways to address data quality issues that emerge. The roadmap to Ghana citizens' data journey. To this point, we have 5 different projects. We started in 2020 with our first pilot on gender-based violence, where we tried to monitor 4 SDG indicators, and then with the other one on Clean Up Ghana, which also was supposed to be used to monitor SDG 11.6.1, which is municipal waste collection. And from this, one of key things that stood out was the gender-based violence one. After the data collection, we triangulated this with administrative data that existed, and we realized this was much more powerful and representative in providing information on gender-based violence. The one on waste management, it was not successful in monitoring the SDGs indicator, but it was important to know that that application was very important for municipalities to engage with citizens in waste management. In fact, as we speak this week, 2 municipalities have reached out to us to see how we can help them leverage this application to engage with the citizens within their municipalities for waste management. Then in 2021, we piloted the use of data that is already collected by civil society organizations for marine litter monitoring. And this has been an award-winning project. We have a lot of scientific papers we have written on the methodology. Then in 2023, in Ghana, we have in the Local Government Act, 3% of the resources are expected to be ring-fenced to provide some services to persons with disabilities. There have been a lot of assessment on the impact of this. So what we sought to do, because we realize in the literature review that mostly the studies that have been done to assess the effectiveness of that policy targeted beneficiaries of these resources. So we wanted to reach out to persons with disability across board to understand how this particular policy was impacting. And the assessment, for the first time, we engaged with the 12 main domains of civil society organizations with disabilities in Ghana. And that helped us to incorporate in the application sign language interpretation, and to the extent that different persons with disabilities were able to engage with this. And it was very useful to indicate here that when we completed this work, the civil society organization on persons with disability use it to support their case in the review of the guidelines for the disbursement of the fund. And so that, then the last one we implemented last year was on SDG 1662, which we work with the UNDP on. And this sought to measure citizen satisfaction with public services. And because we already had the experience of incorporating sign language, we did incorporate it in this as well. And it is important to note that throughout the entire process, it is co-designed and co-owned with all the major stakeholder groups that we identify. And key processes that we followed have been outlined in our process documentation. And it is important for me to mention at this point that this was very important for us, especially when we're doing the situation analysis, to identify the enablers and the barriers to the citizens' data project. And that helped us develop different functionalities that help different groups to engage with the process. The second important thing is an effective public education and awareness campaign that gets different population subgroups, especially those who ordinarily would be out of any normal data collection process to be engaged in the process. So we realized that through this, if we had not, for instance, in the case of Ghana, incorporated the functionalities for people who use basic phones, 56% of the respondents wouldn't have been engaged in this process. And so the use of what we call in Ghana as YAM phones, which is the basic phone, allowed people to use it. And we also interpreted all these into the local languages, and that allow different people to engage with the application. And for the first time, we realized that 25% of persons who, for instance, under gender-based violence, who experience gender-based violence were persons with disability, which was higher than what we covered, we captured in the sample surveys, with the DHS, for instance. Then we try to assess the quality of the data. So in this case, the 2 districts where we piloted it, 2021, Ghana had conducted a population and housing census. So we pooled the census data for those 2 districts. And we realized, and then with the Citizens Data Project, we realized that there wasn't much variation in terms of the disaggregation of the population. Again, in both districts, we realized from the census that 3% of the population in those districts are persons with disabilities. But because of the functionalities we had incorporated in the Citizens Data Project, we had up to 12% of persons with disabilities engaging with this project. So which means that that was good. Then prior to the Citizens Data Project on 1662, in 2019, we had done a nationally representative sample survey. So we tried to do a triangulation to understand whether the data we had collected using the citizens data were very similar, and they produced results that could be used. And we realized that they were very good in terms of comparing the lessons from both places. And as you may know, SDG 1662 is looking at health, is looking at education, satisfaction with health, satisfaction with education, and satisfaction with government-issued ID. And interestingly, when we published this one in September 2024, shortly after that, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, because one of the key things we realized here was that a lot of people were discouraged, especially for going for their passport and all that. And so the minister at the time set up a platform for people to get their passport easy, because many passports will remain uncollected. Then the current Minister for Foreign Affairs has also reduced the cost of procuring passports in Ghana. And we want to believe that to some extent, the work we had done, people had used it to demand these services. So currently, one of the things we identified that is common in all our citizens project, which we think everybody needs to take note of, is the inclusiveness of the development of whatever solution that you have to do, both at the local and the national level, and understanding the interest of all the key stakeholders, and ensuring that there's a feedback loop throughout the entire process, and making sure that you minimize the cost to the individuals who will use the applications, so that they would be very much interested in this. Now, what's the way forward for Ghana? Ghana today presented our VNR, the 2025 VNR, and Ghana has prioritized 5 SDG targets for the last 5 years. And SDG 16.6 is one of those targets. Ghana has already done an assessment before we chose these 5 targets. And we realized that SDG 16.6 has the most synergies, cutting across 72 other targets within the SDG framework. And that's about 43% of the SDGs. And we believe that for this to make an impact, we need to have regular monitoring of this at the local level, because it has to do with building strong institutions. And sample surveys would not, and I mean, the traditional survey system will not be appropriate due to the cost. Ghana has 261 local governments. And if you want to conduct a sample survey in each of these local government, you can understand the cost involved. So we see citizens' data, and especially this particular piece of work, to be the one that will be most appropriate for us to integrate in our data collection system going forward, to be able to monitor this annually and provide feedback to government on the implementation of this SDG indicator. So we also have the technical, because we try to document the processes so that this can be replicated by anybody. And so in the middle is the process report, the far left is the technical report, and the other one on the right is where we compare the sample survey results with the citizens' data results, so that those who are interested in this can have access to them. Ghana is looking forward to scale this up across the country. We're already working with the UNDP, and we are looking forward to have other collaborators to support us to scale this work up across the entire country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Umar. Now, I would like to open the floor. There are a few questions online, but let's see whether anything. Yes, you would you like to? No.
I had a question about DDI, CDI. So I work in a place where I have to combine a lot of data sets, often like vital statistics, household surveys, and also data that's more granular, like including like satellite images and things like that. And a common issue that we face is that there's no, it's not always comparable, like something will be at a zip level, something might be at a census tract level. The same variables might be named very differently, like including gender across different data sets. So like a very basic question, but is the aim of the DDI, CDI to kind of make this uniform by having like a guideline or a framework at a high level? Or is it also using any ML or AI or other techniques to automatically help us unify these data sets? So if we're hard coding this, I'm wondering how we might scale the model. So yeah, that was my question.
Collect a few questions before we get back to the presenters. Jessa next.
Yeah, thank you. Jess Encarnacion from UN Women. So I think question primarily to Elena or probably to Juliet or Omar, please feel free to likewise respond. I think just two questions linking with our morning session and this afternoon session, particularly on data quality, in the sense that there's a lot of discussion of obviously in this session on data integration, and just wondering whether at least an overarching principle or overarching decision-making process or thought process, and what makes that citizen data of quality to be integrated with other data sources and vice versa. So I think that's one. And then two, I think also in the morning session, there was also a question on power redistribution concerns or arguments, basically, or advocacy. And I think there's really strong emphasis on how citizen data has been integrated into official statistics. So just also wondering in terms of sort of balance within the two-way integration, where in this time official statistics being intentionally integrated in local narratives for the citizens' own empowerment. So that's my question.
Thank you, Jessa. There's another question, please.
Thank you so much. Let me first appreciate Ghana for a wonderful work you are doing. God will continue to strengthen you. Thank you so much. My question now is about the data, most especially with people living with disability. I think they are being neglected. Where I come from, I belong to civil society, not governmental organization. And I discovered that majority of the people, the class of people living with disability are lacking a lot of things that we are able-bodied, have access to. My question now is, we're talking about data being available. What measure are we putting in place for accessibility for people living with disability? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anything from the floor? Should we go one round or anything, Heather, from the chat? There was one question earlier, I think it's very much linked to this, is from Nicole. Hi, Nicole. And is the challenges, I think it's pretty much to our NSO colleagues here, Omar and Juliet, and others, challenges in integrating citizen data into with other data sources, and also the use of citizen data for policy making. What are the challenges? You mentioned overcoming this engagement, so maybe point out a few challenges from here. Anything, other questions, or should we give the... Oh, that was the one. Okay.
The other one was just Omar can share the QR codes for the 3 reports.
Okay, so now who would like to go start? Maybe Omar and Luis, and then we go to Julia. Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah, so I will start with the one on the disabilities. I think it is something that national statistical offices need to be deliberate about, because with our work, Ghana has a strong civil society organization on SDGs. For the first time in the history of Ghana census taking, the civil society platform had a representation at the highest level of the census, which is at the steering committee level. And that ensured that what needs to be incorporated to ensure that issues of persons with disabilities have been incorporated were there. And after we published the census results, it was also translated into briefs for persons with disabilities. And currently working with the UN systems, we have done an assessment of disability data integration across the data ecosystem in Ghana. And as a result of that assessment, we currently have developed a framework for disability data compilation in Ghana, which we are expecting that later this year it will be launched. Now, in terms of the data integration, and I'll tie the data integration and data quality together, you realize that statisticians are a bit conservative, right? We don't easily open up to new things that especially have not been tested well and adapted. And so our experience, the first thing is to even get over the that hurdle of institutional buy-in within the NSO to see the value of the citizens' data. And the good thing is that you need to approach it from an angle of its complementarity to our traditional data systems, but not to replace our traditional data systems. And that is where, for instance, when we did a triangulation with administrative data on gender-based violence, we realized that the citizens' data had a much more strength than a system like a country like Ghana. Our administrative data system is not very strong. And on survey that collects data, which is of high quality on gender-based violence, it's also reported at the regional level. Unfortunately, decision-making is at the district level, that's at the local level, where we don't have the data. And so once you're able to come with this narrative, then you're able to get that kind of engagement. Now, tied to the quality of data, one of the things why we decided to go into this space, we realized that CSOs were already in the citizens' data space. But we told ourselves, national statistical offices are those who guard the sanctity and the quality of data. So if we are delving into the citizens' data landscape, we can already, as part of the design, incorporate functionalities and processes to minimize the possible issues of data quality. And then we can continuously improve as we learn over time. So this is what we are doing. We wouldn't say that at this point we are up there, because the principles of quality that have been identified in the framework, in the Copenhagen framework, we have incorporated them all in our citizens data project. And we believe that it is a process, and hopefully one day we would get there. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And I'll try just to complement what Omar has so brilliantly explained, and maybe go a little bit on the side of the technical interoperability, and how can we contribute to make this happen? So there are a lot of questions, and I'll try to cover a few points on each. So starting with the disability data. Well, I'm not an expert in disability data, but maybe a adjacent topic here is how do we make data accessible to everyone? So the accessibility to the data for people with disability and for people in any kind of group. So this is also the technical work on applying standards, making our data machine readable, AI ready, is a very important step into making our data accessible, because then we can make our data work with assistive technologies to be able to have readers for the data that allow for people who have visual impairment or other kinds of impairments to also work with the data and access the data. So that's an angle here that requires technical work on standards to make our data accessible. So that, as a side note, I hope that complements a bit the discussion. Now, on the standards, to the question on the CDI cross-domain interoperability standard, DDI-CDI. There are many pieces in this puzzle, and it's about first describing our data from whatever community we are in. So citizen data holders, official statistics, business community, whatever it is. The first step is to describe properly our data. And this is where this kind of standards come in, to allow to express in a commonly understandable way what our data is about, how our data is structured, what are their components. And then in addition to the standard CDI, DDI-CDI, which is about describing the data, then it comes mapping the data. So it's the standard for describing the data, and then the mappings between different vocabularies and different standards. So this is, as my colleague Flavio was saying, a Rosetta Stone, where if we are able to describe first properly our data, then we are able to build the mappings, and then this data becomes can talk to each other. So we are working not only in implementing the standard for describing the data, we are also working on aligning these vocabularies. And there is where our work, our boring work, say in statistical classifications comes in, because it's not so different from, say, the vocabularies, taxonomies that are also used in different policy areas. So we need to make those vocabularies machine readable, interoperable, so that we can build those mappings and make that AI ready. So then comes the artificial intelligence to allow us to be faster in establishing those semantic links, and then exploiting those semantic links to produce visualizations, to produce text analytics, and so on. So it's a lot of small pieces in this puzzle, and everyone has to contribute their part. Describing their data, making their vocabularies, their taxonomies, their thesauri, and so on, accessible and interoperable, and then working together in validating each other, how we are connecting our datasets. Yeah, maybe I'll stop here. I hope this helps a bit.
Thank you, Luis. Now I'd like to go to our colleagues online, Juliet and Elena.
Okay, thank you. I want to comment something on the quality management. So in particular, for the strategy of vital statistics, we try to consider the quality management by design, in terms that we need to design forms that were feasible to implement in the context that these communities operates. So, for example, we need to take into account the language that we are going to use in the definition of the forms. We also need to reduce the amount of questions that we include in the form in order to facilitate the filling by the person designated in the community. And we need to make a lot of training and generation of capacity with the communities in order to facilitate the understanding on the firm and the process of filling the key information about the vital event. So this is the first actions that we execute to ensure quality, because if we design a form like the ones we use to report these events with the institutional sector, so this will create a lot of trouble in the moment of implementation by the communities. So the process of facilitating the designing of the form was central part of the ensuring the quality, creating an instrument that is pertinent for the conditions in which it will operate. And the second quality management that we have is in the process of when the vital event occurs and the designated person fill the form and the form is scanned and sent through DANI, the specialists of the vital statistics from DANI make the revision of the information, and only if it's necessary, they return the information to be complete or corrected, because it's really difficult to think in like a making revisions, additional revisions, when the information is captured, taking into account the context and situation of these communities. So I will say that it's important to design instruments that are pertinent. So in this manner, you reduce the amount of quality controls or quality checks in the next moments or steps of the statistical production. And I think there was another question around the empowerment or increase of the capacities in terms of communities to validate their rights and increase their capacities for agenda. In terms of the multidimensional Wagyu registry, this is key because this indigenous community, it was invisibilized from the statistics, and because of that, they were having difficult situations regarding malnutrition, regarding lack of access to health services or education services. So allowing them to participate in the process of defining what is important today to measure in terms of the statistics, and then with the help and the technical system of DANI to develop these questionnaires and apply them in a collection process that also were carried out with the participation of the members of the community that speak the language. So this facilitates and make more easy to capture the data from, for example, the older person of the communities. So thanks to this process, right now the indigenous communities has data about their conditions and could promote a different conversations in the political arena to start changing these situations that they are facing. So I think the key element here is to hear the communities in order to ensure that the data you are going to collect and generate based on those initiatives are then will have the impact that they need in order to change and transform their realities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena. I hear from both Juliet and Omar, the importance of NSO, how important, how crucial it is to have national statistical offices. Elena.
Yes, thank you very much. I will try to answer the question from Jesse about the quality. I was thinking initially when we talk, for example, about OSM building footprints, I think the sort of our discussions and analysis so far has shown that maybe there are three aspects of quality at which we could look. The first one is related to the, we can say, accuracy. There, the situation in terms of building footprints, following the analysis of our satellite imagery experts, was that they were quite good. There was some need also for corrections, but overall, it was quite good. The second aspect was related to the frequency and maybe also then the timeliness of availability of this data. And here, I think it may be more problematic because the way I understand, for example, the HOT team works, it's really in the context of disasters, when volunteers come together to map the areas to support disaster risk response. And then there is not necessarily regular frequency or updates, whereas the phenomenon that the CSO is trying to address in St. Lucia is exactly very rapidly evolving informal settlements, that they are very quickly changing and they would like to have annual estimates. And that's one of the reasons where they thought a combination of the existing citizen data with UAV imagery and updates would be good. So citizen data here is very useful because you don't need to sort of reinvent the wheel. You can already use the existing building footprints, but then you need to make some corrections and also update them using UAV. And then the final point, I guess it's probably related to the completeness. And here there are more issues. That is the description. For example, it would be really important for population estimates to distinguish clearly residential dwellings. And right now the databases are not complete. So that's one area where CSO would need to do more work. And then the second point, maybe when it comes to vulnerability assessment, I think here citizen participatory approach and citizen engagement would be extremely important to address the relevance dimension of quality. And this is why I think we are still in the discussions with the government. And that's one thing that we would still need to help them understand better when they will be discussing the vulnerability assessment, that it should not be only government-led, but they actually need to engage communities to make sure that the way they measure vulnerability, it's really relevant also for the communities, including these more vulnerable communities and informal settlements, and how then it can help in terms of the government services and the response and policies.
Thank you so much, Elena. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's very late, close to midnight from your side. I would like to, we're actually 5 minutes above our time frame for closing the day. But before we close, we're going to skip the summary of the sessions, and because they're all in Yongyi's closing remarks. So, yes, so the floor is yours. Thank you, Howie. There's a high expectation. I don't think I can read it because it's such a rich day with the discussions, sharing experience, and I really appreciate everyone. And thank you so much for all the speakers, panelists, organizers, and also participants in the room and online, and to share your really real experience. This is truly demonstrate how citizen data can help the support the whole data ecosystem and make sure the marginalized population group has been heard and seen, and also act as an agency and the changes. So we're at a very critical moment because we're only 5 years left of to the 2030 deadline. So we know that the whole SDG progress is like behind in many of the countries, but we also have to celebrate a lot of the achievement that we have made. We can see this today, but and in the remaining 5 years that we can use what experience we learned and to accelerate. And I think citizen data can play a very critical role in this process of acceleration and provide the needed policy, the data for policy making. And so this year we reached a milestone for the citizen data that
Copenhagen framework on citizen data was endorsed by the Statistics Commission in March. So this is really a great achievement for our community and also welcomed by many CSOs. From now on, I think what's most important, how we can turn this framework into reality. We already see this happening, like from today's sharing with so many experiences, but we need to do more. And we also, in today, we see the launch of the working group of the gender and citizen data. We also have the tool of, I think, the e-learning tool. We have the guidance on quality assurance, data quality. We also have citizen engagement. So the platform also continue improve our support to the needed methodology and collaboration platform. And so we will invite you to help us to build this support platform together. So we thank all the partners and the NSOs, the CSOs, the academia to help us together to build this community and to work together to ensure the citizens are involved in the whole data value chains. So we can use this power of engagement and partnership and to push the development agenda forward. So lastly, I would like to thank my colleague, the steering committee member of the collaborative who behind this whole event, Peter from ICSC, the co-chair, Francesca from Open Data Watch, Jessa, Yoan Women, and Elizabeth and CBM Global, and Ravi from the World Bank, and also most importantly, also like a lot of the colleagues work behind the scene, and I can Santani and Gerald. Thank both of you from Young Women, Raquel from where that I saw her early. Raquel from Open Data Watch, and my colleague Heather and Howie out here. And thank you so much also our consultant Samira, who supported the secretary for the whole event. So I also would like to thank the Hewlett Foundation and Google.org for their general support for the citizen data work. So with that, I would wish everyone who I know it's a long day and who has traveled from far to the HLPF. This is your last day, and thank you for spending your last minute of the HLPF with us. And for a colleague online, and thank you for joining the event and stay late with us. And so thank you so much, and have a good evening and safe travel back home. Thanks.
We have the evaluation form. If we can, if I can, yes, if we can. Nobody's leaving before you fill out the form. If Gerald can show it on the screen, and also there's plenty of food outside. Please take them home if you can. Yes, it's a lot of food, and please, so you don't have to cook tonight.
Who talks about cooking?